reshapes the business landscape, it's important we seize new opportunities and navigate challenges. In our second edition of Digital Bharat Summit today, we explore how leaders are leveraging AI to drive innovation, enhance decision making, and lead their organizations to success in this digital era. After the successful completion of 9 years of Digital India initiative this year, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi underlined that Digital India symbolizes an empowered India which boasts ease of living and transparency. The advancements made in various digital initiatives are worth mentioning. It includes over 11 crore farmers now receiving money directly in their bank accounts, which is more than the population of Canada and France combined. 137 crore plus Aadhaar numbers generated, which is a unique ID for every Indian, empowering millions of digital identities. 674 crore plus documents issued by DigiLocker. Imagine if each document were a page, it could fill 2.7 million cabinet drawers. BharatNet has laid 6.83 lakh kilometers of optical fiber network, enough to circle Earth 17 times. Rupees 535 lakh crore plus UPI transactions to date, enough to fund the construction of 17,000 Statue of Unity monuments. Over 34.6 crore Ayushman cards generated, which is more than the population of United States of America. Over 9 crore FASTags issued. It's almost equal to the number of vehicles manufactured worldwide in 2023, which is a huge number. Aligned with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of Digital India, this summit aims to further foster a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy, propelling India towards a future of technological excellence. So ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for an inspiring day filled with visionary insights and thought leadership. We have a stellar lineup of experts and trailblazers who will ignite your imagination and challenge your perspectives. But that's not all. We have 2 captivating panel discussions and engaging fireside chats where we'll deep dive into the latest trends, challenges, and breakthroughs in the world of technology. Let's ignite the spark of innovation and chart a course towards a brighter, more connected future. Welcome to a day of discovery, inspiration, and transformation. Before commencing this summit, let me take a moment to give you a brief on the prestigious Jagran New Media. It is the digital wing of Jagran Prakashan Limited, India's leading media conglomerate with pan-India presence and wide reader base. Jagran New Media is impacting 97.5 million users and counting. Source Comscore multi-platform, March 2024. We once again appreciate you all taking out your valuable time and being a part of our ambitious initiative. I would also like to thank our esteemed sponsors for this event, our partners Ambuja Cement, Virat Compressive Strength, ACC, Bharat Ki First Cement Company, and Xiaomi, our hospitality partner Pride Plaza Hotel, and this event is supported by Rocket Ship Films. Let us all put our hands together as we commence this very important endeavor. Let us all put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are high on energy as we are just starting this event. And now it's time to introduce Mr. Bharat Gupta, CEO of Jagran New Media. A brief into his illustrious career. A dynamic young leader, Mr. Bharat Gupta is the vision and force behind the success of Jagran New Media. An industry-recognized leader, Mr. Bharat is also serving as the Director of International News and Media Association South Asia Board and the Misinformation Combat Alliance Association. He is a Governing Council member at the Internet and Mobile Association of India and on board of the esteemed International Fact-Checking Network, the founding member of Digital News Publisher Association, and he was recognized in 2021 by the Great Place to Work as one of India's best leaders in the time of crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all with a huge round of applause welcome Mr. Bharat Gupta as he joins us for the welcome address. A very warm welcome, Mr. Gupta.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us at this summit. I think AI is a topic which is really popular, much in demand, and it's also something very suave and sexy, which everyone is just using. But what is AI and why it is important? I think it's very important to understand the several aspects it introduces in our lifestyles, in our society, in our business environment. And as we know India today, India to be, we are a country of more than 1.4 billion population. Our GDP is at $3.8 trillion, poised to grow to 5.3 in few years' time. But the same will only happen when we create an environment which is inclusive, progressive, and skilled to meet the jobs of tomorrow, right? And this is where AI plays a instrumental role. How can the technology be leveraged to help with better healthcare, better skill sets for the new jobs, better financial inclusivity, better business models, ensuring a climatic sustainability, and in all, and not the least, a better humanity, right? So I think that's very important. There are many use cases ranging between how it shapes up the media, impacts people, impacts society. But it's also important to understand that behind this great growth is also a challenge of a misinformation which can come through this information, through this technology. It's important to dwell also to create a strong framework which will power this growth. And especially keeping in mind the rich diversity of India that is spanning 28 states and over 179 languages. So while this technology has the great potential to unite people and increase the productivity, but at the same time, it also has that, it may have that devastating effect on the wrongdoings if not planned well. So I think forums like this help us to meet together and ideate on a better ecosystem which should be built on harnessing the power of this technology. With this, I'd like to welcome each one of you on this forum and take the discussions forward. Thank you so much.
Mr. Gupta, your opening remarks have indeed set the tone for this summit, highlighting the several key aspects of our theme. We really look forward to making this initiative unique and successful. With this, we embark on our first keynote address on the topic, Empowering India through Bhashini, Bridging Language Gaps in the Digital Era. I welcome Mr. Amitabh Nag, Chief Executive Officer, Digital India Bhashini Division, Digital India Corporation, Government of India, to kindly join us on the stage and help us navigate through this important and relevant topic in the present scenario. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, we welcome Mr. Amitabh Nag on the stage.
Thank you all, and very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank, Jagran Media for inviting me here. Let me, try to actually give a widescape note on what Bhashini is or stands for all about, and, what does it, bring to the country. Bhashini, as its name stands, is Bhasha Interface for India. And as you are aware that, India is approximately, about 100 odd languages spoken by 100,000 plus people. And out of that, 22 languages are enshrined into Constitution as the scheduled languages. And at the first space, Bhashini is actually going to tackle this 22 languages for translation, right? This project was announced by Honorable Finance Minister as a part of budget speech about 2.5 years back. And we actually embarked into a journey of translating or transcending the language barrier using artificial intelligence and machine learning as the base criteria. At the first stage, we had about, a problem statement which was much larger, means 22 languages. We wanted all the 22 languages, that anybody who speaks all those 22 languages should actually, get translated into computer. That means computer should be able to recognize those 22 languages, and that's about automatic speech recognition. Then if the language is encoded into the computer, right, with in that particular language, then it should be there should be in a position to translate it to other languages. That means the other 22 languages. That's about machine translation. And then we are talking about if the computer has those 22 languages encoded, it should be able to speak out those 22 languages. That's talking about text to speech. And then we have a lot of printed material which is all around. So those printed material needs to be understood not as an image but as a characters in that. So it is about optical character recognition. And you have the named entities which needs to be recognized. So these were the 5 basic problems which we had, which we were ventured out to solve. And we looked at at that point of time, AI and ML was still a laboratory or a research subject. Today, of course, it is democratized. So we went across to all the institutes which has language and AI as their, footprint, and found that about 70 odd institutes came forward to solve this problem. Those 70 odd institutes were divided into 8 groups, and we divided this 22 combinatorial 2 problem and 22 combinatorial 1 problem into 8 projects, right? Each project was led by one of the premier higher education institute as the research institute to do it. Then there was an offshoot of this problem, which was basically related to data. If you want to train the AI model, you should have digital data. And the digital data was available on 6-7 languages, not on 22 languages, right? And we then ventured into a system through which we created the digital data from the field. And, it was basically a long exercise. And we hired about 200 translators who actually went across with the mobile app on the field, and they captured the data from the field, speech data as well as text data, and tried to create what we call as a parallel corpus. Once this was created, you have the digital data, the AI models was built up. Then there was another offshoot of problem, which was basically saying that these models have to be delivered as a service to be used by people. So we then created a platform called National Hub for Language Technology, and that actually renders this AI models as a service for the people, startup, research organization, industries, governments for the usage. If you look at this particular crux of the idea, it is basically taking you to a track where, you are in a position to use, if you are knowing one language, you don't have to bother about what is the language other person speaks, writes, or uses thing. Once we did this, and currently we are about 12 languages on speech and 22 on text, and the number of languages are increasing, right? We are, on the track to actually make this, divide which was there about languages go over, and we would perhaps be bridging this in totality. Now, when we are trying to do this, when I basically look at the speech part of it, we are in a position to do a speech-to-speech thing, or computer is able to understand what you speak. You also are bridging the digital divide, in the sense that you can make the digital world do what you want them to do. And also, since it is text to speech, the computer or the digital world can also interact with you. So in some sense, we are now able to, at specific places, bridge the digital divide as well. And when you are using voice as a medium, you don't need to read and write. So the literacy divide is also getting bridged up. And when this mission started, we thought we would just translate, but at this point in time, it is being used as a very different vehicle altogether. So let me, take you through some use cases. Under PM Kisan Samman Nidhi program, Prime Minister actually, transfers 3 tranches of, money to the farmers. And it is about 11 crore farmers. There are bound to be certain grievances which might happen because of whatever administrative or otherwise reasons. Now, earlier, if there was a problem which came into 1% of the people, which means 1% would mean about 1 lakh odd, they would perhaps be going to various offices to figure that out. Now, today, if you actually, we had created a PM Kisan E-Mitra application on which the farmer is actually asking, मेरा भुगतान नहीं हुआ मुझे बताइए, in his own native language. And the chatbot responds to him saying that शायद आपका आधार बैंक अकाउंट से लिंक नहीं है या आपके ज़मीन के पंजीकरण में कुछ प्रॉब्लम आई है. So he is able to know the cause of the challenges which he is facing immediately. So that's one thing. Second thing which was basically there, and I'm talking about very deep use cases, again related to farmer, was that various Indian banks actually give loans to the farmers based on their land parcel value. Now the land records in all the states are in vernacular language, and the banks understand Hindi, English mostly, as far as documentation is concerned. So what we did with the Reserve Bank of India, Reserve Bank of India Innovation Hub, who created that fintech platform, that the land records were fetched and transliterated and presented to the bank on an online basis using the transliteration facility. And given that integration happened, theoretically in all sense, a farmer can apply for loan and can get it at any point in time with, what used to take perhaps about 3 to 4 months now can be taken up, in a week's time, or theoretically even in 1 hour's time, if the documentation is okay. The idea of this particular solution, which is deeply, earlier the farmer used to go to a translator, he would translate, he will spend some money, of course. Finding out translator was the ownership which he had. Sometimes banks used to help, and that is how the things moved across. Then we moved into another section of the thing, which is financial segment again. And if, we took a persona who is basically a migrant worker, he is actually working through the day, and the evening he wants to say that mummy ko 100 rupees transfer kar do, and it all happens. We did that particular use case study on that, and we actually have now implemented this in Hindi and English, where you can dial a number, the number would ask you what do you want to do. You say कि पैसे भेजना है, he will ask you what is the amount and the phone number, and the transaction will go through after you put in the PIN. We had some challenges with respect to false calls, so now what we have implemented is the IVR calls back, and then it confirms the transaction from you, and it goes away. So that was the third persona which we took. The fourth one which we took was, we are talking, generally whenever it's a law enforcement agency, and generally when the investigation officer goes to the field, he is basically looking at, looking at the crime scene and trying to record something by his hand and saying that, this is what is happening in the crime scene. Now, from now onwards, he would have an application by which he will go to the crime scene and he will keep saying that मैंने ये देखा, ये देखा, ये देखा, and it will get transcribed, and the report is then later generated with minor edition, which is there. This again gives a huge, there's no information loss because what he says, and it gets transcribed. The time which was earlier taken to file the report gets vastly reduced. Then we went across to say that how do we benefit other people? So if you actually look at it, all our case diaries or all the judiciary in the district courts work on vernacular languages. The case diary is vernacular. When it moves to High Court, it is in English or Hindi or, maybe some other language. We have worked with NCRB to actually translate the case diary completely when the case moves to High Court, which eventually means that, the time which was basically being invested in translating the case diary, finding a translator, translating the case diary, vetting it, and then coming back for the hearing goes away. So I just described 5. There are many more. I can take a few more. The Railway Madat, which is basically the grievance redressal of railways, have now gone online on multiple languages. So railways get connected to the people on the ground in their regional language, right? We have incorporated text right now so that you can type in regional language, and soon it will be voice-based integration where you can speak out and give your grievances. The National Train Inquiry System has gone online on vernacular languages. Again, a huge connect to the last mile of regional language people. In Rajasthan, the birth and death records were recorded on, digitally, but unfortunately, whenever it was recorded digitally, it was having a lag because people were not willing to type, even if it was, the tools were provided. So we added voice to that particular application, which is called Pehchan application. And now nurse can speak out and say that what is the name of the father, mother, time and date of birth, and the entire record gets created at that point in time itself, which can be edited in minor fashion. So I can go on and on because we are almost working with about 50 odd customers right now. Our list is growing to very large, about, plus we have 10 states already engaged with us in some form or the other. Agriculture happens to be a huge use case. Rural development happens to be another use case. So I think while we have the low-hanging fruits, which are video translation, document translation, website translation, which are no-brainers, which we all want to do, these are the use cases where we are in a position and we have now started creating impacts to the last mile. So we'll be happy to work with anyone who has identified a use case on this particular area. And with voice, you perhaps have to imagine the persona and also the user journey. The user journey will be absolutely different when you are incorporating voice. And look at it from a proof of concept point of view, which I feel will be successful over a period of time. And hopefully, we should be in a position to deploy many things right way. So that's all I wanted to say. I will be happy to take any questions, a few of them, so that, I can clarify any doubts. Yep. Any questions? Yep, yeah, please.
If the industry wants to work with your organization, how can we do that? And if these language models are available through API, and what are the sort of terms and conditions for those sort of things?
You see, we are currently in the incubation process by the government. The language model, all the language translation models are available through APIs. What you need to do is to send across a mail, which is there on website co-dibd@digitalindia.gov.in. And you will be granted the APIs. Of course, we would like to know your use case. We would like to know the load you will generate so that, we are in a position to take it. Mind you one thing, you know, when we are working with all of this, see the AI models which we have developed are developed in the certain data sets which we had. When we went with that data set and AI model to say payments domain, as we did for NPCI, you know, the accuracy dropped to an extent of 50%. We then went back to the field, collected the data and retrained the model, and they launched the service when the accuracy went to 95% plus. So my point which I want to make, the reason why I told you this story is that every domain has its own glossary, right? So when you do this particular integration, you might start finding some challenges. The good part with you is that all the models have been developed indigenously, and we have the possibility of training this model, and we are hungry to train this model to a particular domain so that the people can be served better. So, you know, it would be also an exercise if you do a POC with us to build the nation to a direction where we are looking for it. So, you know, don't just use APIs, come back to us to discover the issues, come back to us and challenge us to do more.
Incidentally, our domain is retail and payments only.
I beg your pardon?
Retail and payment.
Yeah. No, I didn't get you.
I said, incidentally, our domain is retail and
sure.
payments.
So we can work towards it. See, domain is again, a glossary is a very simple words to these words. Like, you know, a typical organization came to us to say that I want to translate the website. Now, on all English website, home is the word which is there. Now, if it is translated correctly, it should be ghar. But ghar on website is not right? It has to be mukprasht. Now, that is the glossary which needs to get. So we picked up those words and did the glossary. Now, come to another scenario. I changed that particular word at ghar, at home, you know, for the mukprasht thing. Now, if it is a real estate company, home is appearing everywhere else. Right? So it's a complex problem when you're trying to actually do this, because we all did the work in English and then now we are trying to translate it. And in English, a word has different meaning in different contexts, so in all the languages. But in English, it is more prominent. And we also have used colloquial kind of languages where we have, you know, used different things. So there is a certain set of journey. So when you're embarking on this particular area, you have to actually accept that you're in a journey, not in a, you know, the end result will not come out so easily. It will require a month, 2 months struggle with us.
So one last question.
Yeah.
Can we also incorporate Middle Eastern African languages on this platform?
See, our mandate currently and what we are funded for is the 22 languages which are there in the country, right? Obviously, you know, the African countries have approached and are approaching us. And there are various organizations in the country who want to utilize this for the, you know, betterment of the society. So I guess those things will come up. There are at G20 what we demonstrated that, you know, we can integrate with one language with the foreign language also. So if there are language models available with other people, we can integrate it. So that's how we can, as of now, provide it. But sooner or later, you know, this technology is going to go out as a DPI to other countries as well.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
So I have a question. Okay, it's fine. So as you said about the natural language processing and recognition, so way back in 2008, 9, 10, I was heading the project of 139 Indian Railways. So where we use the Nuance, the company Nuance, which is now owned by IBM, the world's best speech recognition engine, and the accuracy level of vernacular language particularly was not more than 82%, which we found, because from distance to distance, the same word is spoken in a different way. So there are a lot of difficulties, a lot of misunderstanding. IVR was responding in a wrong way. So all those things we were not able to, so we had to close down that particular speech recognition system, actually. So is there any way that you are using right now, as you said that vernacular language is being used and villagers are asking questions. So is there any accuracy level which are higher than this, or any application that you are using to correct it, AI application?
See, Obviously, the technology today helps us to do more than what perhaps, you were ahead of time at that point in time. But technology allows us to do more than what it allowed at that point in time. The good part of it is, or the bad part of it, both of them go together. The good part of it is that as the data gets enriched, the model gets better, right? While we have, trained the model on certain set of data sets and languages, the effort to collect more data is on, and those you have been hearing in the newspapers and otherwise. So I think we would be in a position to cross that bridge. Currently, we have implemented it in UP, same thing, but on 112, right? And we are observing how we are performing. Similarly, we have to observe and say where we are also attempting to see if we can translate and transliterate live speeches of at least the Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable President, and there are nuances with that. See, speech again is a very wide subject. It developed with humans 7,000, 10,000 years back, before we started actually talking about it. So the way you speak, the way you pause, the way your tonality does, conveys a lot of things which the computer still has to gain up. But the normal, question and answers, I think we have crossed that bridge, and there are a lot of use cases which are now visible and available, which we are doing. Even with Federal Bank, we are going to launch a product on the Global FinTech Festival, Indian Bank, HDFC. All of these are looking at it. So when the idea is when we reach to private sector and we reach banks and they start using it, that is the right testament. Because there the I going wrong once hurts you multiple times, and hence you will be always after us to, give the better service which is there. So it is important that, private sector, banks, these people start using the technology, because that's the right test of the technology which happens.
So there, I had a suggestion to Nuance at that time, that why don't we have an interpolatory predictive model where when the word is spoken by the caller, there's a library of words, similar words, and predictably and with an interpolatory model, it will pick up the right word.
Yeah, so that's what we have implemented in our payment system. The NPCI is actually capturing the hot words, what you're saying, and discovering the intent. And, once the intent is recognized, it moves through that. So that's something which we have implemented in NPCI. Okay. We have some more opportunities to implement that system, and it will really help if we are able to get some opportunities to do proof of concept there, because a use case can only be perfected through these things.
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with your expertise and deep knowledge on the subject. I request Mr. Bharat Gupta, CEO of Jagran New Media, to kindly join us on the stage and kindly felicitate Mr. Amitabh Nag. Thank you once again, Mr. Nag, for your valuable knowledge and inspiration you shared with us on this occasion. Coming up next, we have a special address by Dr. Amit Sharma, IAS, Secretary, RD, IT, SNT, Transport, Disaster Management, Administration of Union Territory of Ladakh, on the topic AI and governance using new tech for digital public services. I request you to kindly come up on the stage and share your expertise on the subject with us. Let us all put our hands together as we welcome Dr. Amit Sharma on the stage.
Good afternoon, all the friends from the industry, all stakeholders, all invitees to this very interesting topic, that is Jagran Digital Bharat Conclave Summit, in which I believe the ball has been set rolling already by Amitabh Nagji talking about Bhashini in detail, that is Digital India Corporation, what it is coming up with, and what are the future plans. And I think I have been given a very interesting thing to talk about, that is the usage of artificial intelligence in the governance, that is using the new technology for digital public services. So I would like to say that the context setting would go like this, like I believe that today we have reached a time where there is no point of looking back in terms of technological evolution. The usage of artificial intelligence and machine learning is the new in thing. In fact, so as to say that we can very well understand and gauge the importance of the subject with the fact that Ministry of Information Technology and Electronics is altogether focusing, a separate division has been set up for artificial intelligence, and in every year's budget, you would see a substantial part being invested in AI and its related tools. In fact, my predecessor, the speaker, was talking all about Bhashini, and he was just referring to NPCI just collecting the data. This was all about understanding artificial intelligence and its different facets. You see, what is happening today is that whatever things we conceive, we have been doing in the past with the usage of human resource is being taken over by artificial intelligence. I would say that in our offices also, the roles of our PS, private secretary, personal assistants is being cut down to a great extent. And so as to understand the importance of this AI and its very popular tools, I am sure everybody sitting in the hall has utilized and done or even using it actively, that is ChatGPT. If I say people to raise hands who have used it, I think everybody will raise hands about it. So this has become such a popular tool, but to a disadvantage of many also. These days, we are, if you see the other flip side, fearing job losses because of it. But then technology and its interventions are inevitable. You can't do without it, and more and more it has become a practical part of usage when it comes to artificial intelligence. Almost in every sector, now it has made its inroads, and wherever we are looking at, we were just talking about banking sector or railways or airlines, or so as to say any leg of the service sector. It is being used extensively, and new tools are coming up, more refinement is going on, and this Bhashini was one of the very practical examples of how artificial intelligence is doing wonders. So now it is even going up to the level that vernacular language is being caught up, accent is being caught up, like how much easy it can make your life. And those people who could not even dream of transacting through especially financial transactions or transacting through internet and those things, life has become so easy with the introduction of those bot models and those things. It appears on the screen. whichever application, whichever website you are into, especially I would say banking and some good service industries have gone to a very extensive extent of implementing it, and it is giving very good success rates. So I would say that almost in every sector it has made its inroads, and future lies in offering digital public services with the usage of artificial intelligence and machine learning, so as to say. I would even add on, like even in our transport sector, in disaster management, these are the sectors I am handling alongside. We are seriously contemplating of involving these models where human intervention is not required. Earlier we used to go in for kind of calculations and permutation combinations. Now everything is being handled with the usage of AI tools. And we have to go much further ahead. I would say this is just a tip of the iceberg. This is multiplying, it has got a multiplier effect, a effect which will go a long way. I would say that over the next couple of years, we would see much more refined forms of artificial intelligence in our practical usage, almost in every department and ministry. It is inevitable actually, so as to say. And that is where we believe that the success lies in it. See, we talk about the contemporary examples. Olympics are going on in Paris. And I believe half of the work is being done using AI tools, which was not there in Tokyo Olympics, or which was very much just experimentally being used. And now even the sports, everything is being, dependent upon these kinds of tools because they hold the future. And here I would also like to add on few things like even in the sectors, strategic sectors, now it is finding its own inroads. Obviously, there has to be a lot of security concern and there has to be a lot of encryptions which have to be introduced while using AI, because it has to be used with a lot of caution also, because it should not lead to the pilferage of data and those things, because that's what has happened in US. Data explosion and fiddling with data, already we are finding a lot of challenges. You see, we are receiving so many of unsolicited calls and all. This is all because the data is being exploited and misused. And from where it flows, we all know Aadhaar linkage is there through our bank accounts, through so many sources. Whatever you do, even if you go in for a D&D kind of thing, still you will receive at least 10 to 20 messages per day. So this is another challenge. These are few challenge areas where we need to focus while using AI tools and ML tools. But then it is inevitable and we have to actually go in for it, but with a kind of caution and with a kind of focus so that it does not explode, as it has already happened with our data. There are so many of things coming up that Aadhaar data got compromised, like people are questioning UIDAI, people are sometimes even Aadhaar data is there. So many places they say that during COVID times it got actually out and people's privacy is being compromised. So those are few little challenges when we talk about AI and ML, but largely this is an important thing. This is an important side of the things which we all must understand. In almost every sector, they are finding inroads. As Secretary IT, I have had the opportunity of taking this thing and introducing this thing in the government sector, in the government services, and wherever possible, we are trying to explore new possibilities. Previously in J&K, I was leading IT sector as secretary there and CEO, e-governance agency. And now in Ladakh, similar kind of tools we are looking at introducing out there so as to run with the system and make things more efficient, especially for the citizen sitting at the last mile. The person sitting at, I would say, almost at the last edge at our neighbors, last point, China border, our Pakistan border, should not actually take the botheration of coming all the way just for getting simple things done. So with the introduction of online services, we are doubly ensuring that AI tools are being incorporated and make life easy for them. And here one catch lies, like with the practical things like Bhashini and such kind of apps, we make things and life easier. I would say that Amitabh ji and all, they should try to introduce in almost every vernacular language. Like there Ladakhi is there, in Kashmir, Kashmiri is there, in Jammu, Dogri is there. I'm talking about the areas which I have actually served in. Similarly, every single language should get its base, and I'm sure every day improvisation is happening in the field of linguistics, and improvements are going on, and they are trying to catch up with the local dialect, vernacular way of doing things. And I'm sure in next 1 year, we will find much more refined side of the things as far as implementation of these reforms are concerned. And here I would also like to utilize the opportunity of welcoming you all to the most beautiful part of the country, that is Ladakh. Especially, I have already requested COO of Jagran Group to organize some wonderful event out there, and you guys can practically come over there at 12,000 feet and see how things are shaping up. Last year, I got an opportunity and organized a digital transformational conclave there, which was a huge success in the month of November, when it is pretty cold there. But I got a very good response there. I had people from all across the country, and even some global players came, and I think more than 20 states participated. So it is always good to be at places to understand how things are, and it is otherwise also strategically one of the most important places of the nation, which requires keen attention of all the stakeholders who are in the domain of information technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics. So I would like to invite all of you, one and all there, maybe with the help of such kind initiatives like I am seeing Digital Bharat, this leadership summit, and similar kind of such initiatives. We are coming up next month also with similar kind of initiative. A national level conclave is coming up, and this is unending there. And we are introducing a lot of good national level initiatives there, because I am holding multiplicity of departments. So I'll take the advantage of sharing one very important initiative which is coming up there. First time in the country, we have set up first green hydrogen plant there with the support of NTPC there, and we are going to launch 5 hydrogen fuel cell buses for public transportation. पानी से गाड़ियां चलेंगी पहली बार भारत में, that too on 12,000 feet, and with pure green hydrogen. It is not industrial hydrogen, green hydrogen which is taken with the solar exploitation, solar energy converted to hydrogen, and then finally filling up through the dispensing units. Those 5 buses will be running to commute local people out there in public transport. I will induct them in my SIDCO fleet, where already I have a good number of electric buses. EVs are there. We already have a EV policy in place, but then these 5 hydrogen fuel cell buses would be the first of its kind initiative in the nation for the public transport. And I have instructed the group, even out of H2O molecule, oxygen should also be bottled. This medical, health conscious people, and there are a lot of oxygen related issues. So those people who come there as tourists or trekkers or we have a lot of people from abroad who come to Ladakh. I was just sharing that in today's flight. I had most of the people from abroad who were accompanying me and sitting. So you can understand it's a very, very different kind of location apart from all other beautiful places in the nation. So there we can give them oxygen bottles also as a goodwill gesture from the UT of Ladakh administration and NTPC's collaboration, who come there, and we will not even waste any part of the molecule. H2, that is the water side, will be getting converted into kinetic energy through hydrogen, that process, ionization process, and oxygen will be filling in the bottles so as to give to tourists and trekkers who come to Ladakh. So similar kind of initiatives are coming up, and I believe that sky is the limit, and then sky, yes. Hanle is a beautiful place. Hanle is having one of the best observatories to watch the stars and many things out there. So you have to be there. Apart from Pangong Lake, the famous, you all know that Three Idiots spot is there. People go, and because of that movie, it became very famous. So that Pangong Lake, Nobra Valley, Aryan race people. That is the place. So I am indirectly telling you what are the advantages of coming over there. And yes, before closing, I want to add on one thing. With these AI and those kinds of tools, and even the sector. Yesterday evening only, I had a major conference of IT and AI related things held in Ladakh yesterday night only, before coming here today morning. And there we are going to come up with electronic manufacturing cluster, which are at very few places in the nation as of now. EMC 2.0 STPI plan, we are planning, because Ladakh offers a best platform and atmosphere to actually, like Switzerland. The cooling is excellent there. So for manufacturing activities, for data centers, and many groups are seriously in touch with us, like Yota Sunil Gupta is very much in touch with me, and similar are other people who are very keen to come and invest there. Lava international team was very much in touch with me in some conference. They met me and they requested to. So many people are showing keen interest to become stakeholders there. HP has recently shown an interest to set up some unit there. So I mean to say, but we are only requesting everybody to come up with the contemporary technologies which have major usage of AI, ML tools and such things. Because if you come there, you should come up with a technology which has a long shelf life, maybe up 10 years or so, at least a decade or so. And it's a strategic location. It's very dear to the nation. We can go up to any extent to save every inch of it, and you know, we proudly are manning that place and using technology there, but with lot of caution and precaution. Our cyber security policy is in place in Ladakh and similar initiatives, wherein we want to actually safeguard all the interest of the nation, which should be the primary focus area for all of us, and that's wherein we don't compromise at all in terms of anything, be it usage of AI tools or machine learning or robotics or anything. So that's what we are looking at, and we expect that in the coming times, Ladakh will come up as one of the major technological hubs of the nation, although one of the newest UT, I would say, in the addition amongst the UTs and states, but it is coming a big way in terms of introduction of technology, artificial intelligence, and machine learning tools. And I'm sure over the next 5 to 10 years, you would see a different Ladakh altogether, what you know in the past or what you are seeing at the present. So these are my closing remarks, and thanks one and all for giving me a patient hearing. And you are welcome otherwise also to visit there and feel the difference. And I am otherwise also available for some more time to answer whatever queries you have. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable knowledge you shared with us. I request Mr. Bharat Gupta, CEO of Jagran New Media. You have a question? Can we take the question?
Yes, sir. You were told, that is green hydrogen pure air. Nowadays, the quantum, with the use of quantum technology, the green hydrogen production cost is lesser, and there will be no use of electrolyzers, and the oxygen which emits also. So IIT BHU has developed this, and it's been pilot project done. So request you to try that, because you have a lot of water bodies there, even with the Nala water, even the drainage water, the quantum technology. So you don't have to purify the water. This can be done. And since it is a territorial state close to China, so you must be very cautiously using AI, other things in the interest of nation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Point is well taken. Yeah.
Sir, as you said that UIDI data is being compromised at such situations and government is questionable, obviously. So why aren't we focusing towards blockchain management based platform to protect it from every angle, and using AI and ML on top of it, so it is almost foolproof in today's scenario. So I can help you in this regard, if it is considered. In fact, I tried reaching few governments of certain states, I had to explain what is blockchain, and they understood, but nothing happened further. So I think this is high time, and later situations will further be bad. So before it goes out of hands, because China is always trying to hack, and a lot of countries trying to hack Indian database and lot of other things. So we have to save it, and blockchain is the most safest as of today. That
Yeah,
is one.
fully agreed. I know even in banking sector and many critical sectors, blockchain, they are using this technology, and it is a very, very safe technology.
Yes,
It
yes.
helps our cause.
Yes, yes.
So I would welcome your suggestions, whatever
Sure,
you
sir.
have, and we will definitely try to incorporate those in times
And
to
one
come.
more thing, one more question, sir. As you said that you will put oxygen into cylinders so that the users can use it. So this is where, I don't know whether we have been learning it from very childhood, since our 8th, 9th standard, that in the atmosphere, the air that we breathe in is not fully oxygen. 100% oxygen is not there. It's only 21%, 20.8% to be precise. And 78% is nitrogen. Remaining almost 4% is inert gases, hydrogen, and a lot of other. So we are missing the point that nitrogen has got a major role to play in scavenging our lungs.
Yes.
And without nitric oxide, a person can die, he can have heart attacks,
Yes.
lot of big roles to play by the thing nitric oxide. Okay, so we are missing that point, and when we are giving people to breathe pure oxygen, it is burning the cells of the lungs. The alveoli are burning out, so it is basically combustion which is happening inside the lung. And then we are saying the coronavirus has actually damaged this portion of the heart, lungs. Which is lack of our understanding, because oxygen is a combustor. It burns out of its, the moment it is ignited. So we have to think of putting nitrogen also into the oxygen cylinder, and that will help a person live and happily, without any problem, that too in these kind of heights.
No, it's a very good point. In fact, we would ensure a medical grade oxygen is to be filled up in those bottles with a proper composite mix of all the things. So I think we'll note down this point about the mix of nitrogen so that it doesn't do the process. So we are in the initial stages, so we will introduce this concept to them as well, where this bottling plant is coming up with NTPC.
And this,
Yeah.
as the gentleman explained about the creation of hydrogen for the vehicles, there's a easier way, cheaper way, and it is safe also, because if you have a bigger cylinder of hydrogen in a vehicle, and if it blasts, then it would be total damage. So there would be a method that can be electrolysis of water. So hydrogen and oxygen are separated, and there's a small cylinder, maybe 300 ml of small cylinder, which will be supplying hydrogen, pure hydrogen to the engine. And the moment that cylinder is over, pure hydrogen can be again, through electrolysis, can be again contained in that. So if there is any blast, the size of the cylinder of hydrogen is very small. So there would be lesser damage.
It is basically a hybrid vehicle which is coming up, in which that cylinder is not that big size, but the thing is that it is going through same electrolysis process, and it is getting converted into kinetic energy, and then we have a EV backup also in that. But this is a pure green initiative in which I would say that the emission is water vapor.
In most of the cases, when we talk about EV, we are at the back end, there's a generator running to charge those batteries. So ultimately, we are back to square one.
We are back to, that's why it is a pure green initiative, pure hydrogen based, but EV is just a backup for this in case some bigger heights are there and it is not pushing it fast. So it will use that for a very limited. So that's why I would say that EV will have a very limited role. It is a hybrid, but pure green initiative. Hydrogen fuel cell backed by EV.
Which I explained doesn't require electrolyzer. So the oxygen is absorbed in that process to generate the green hydrogen. So it doesn't require the oxygen to be separated and used in the bulb. That was telling, and it is cost effective. Vehicles are running very safely in this and overseas, and in India also. In Nagpur, one of the vehicle is running. Thank you.
Yeah, even honorable, I think transport minister is himself using one hydrogen fuel cell.
So that is in Delhi.
In Delhi.
Using the quantum technology, one vehicle in Nagpur has run recently.
Okay.
And that quantum technology has been successful overseas, and in India it has been done, and I was there physically. So quantum technology is going to be less expensive, because no electrolyzer is required. Electrolyzer manufacturing time is lead time is high, so cost will be less.
Right, thank you.
One more question. Sir, I went to Ladakh a few years ago, but basic problem that we face is as soon as you go there, your normal SIM cards and all, they stop working. And then, of course, you can't use your credit card or debit cards also because your OTP and all those things, they'll come on your conventional SIM card only. Has that problem been rectified? And second is, we were in talks with someone for, as you mentioned, data center. What is the connectivity situation in that area as far as fiber optics and all those things are concerned?
Yeah, very good question. In fact, certain things come up only evolve when questions come. So thank you for this question. In fact, you're right. Ladakh was a distant place and many challenges used to be there. But I assure you, as Secretary IT Telecom now, the moment you land in Ladakh, you will have a 5G connectivity. That I can assure you from my side. That is one. Second, yes, strategic reasons and security reasons, only post-paid SIM are being used. So I would request that whosoever comes to Ladakh, you must read about this particular thing in Kashmir, in Jammu and in Ladakh. Still, because of the security concern, we allow only post-paid SIM connectivity. No, there must be some technical fault. Post-paid SIM of all companies are fully functional, compliant. We have been taking regular meetings with all the telecom players, even under USOF, you know, Universal Service Obligation Fund. Those uncovered areas are also being covered now. And 4G saturation project is going on in full swing. Honorable LG and all of us keep taking review almost every fortnight, because we understand the strategic importance of that area. And those credit cards and all, those were old day stories. Now it has become a full-fledged union territory. And wherever you will go, all these facilities, forget about cards now. You only have to use, courtesy, the revolutionary things which have happened in financial sector, those Paytms and GPay and all, everything, just at, you will not feel any kind of problem. Whatever issues are there with the technological interventions, we are going to remove them. And even I am trying to introduce some free Wi-Fi zones also in coming next 1 year with the help of telcos and all, because technology has gone very cheap. So even in the popular places like maybe Leh Market or maybe some Pangong, Nubra and those hubs, airport, everywhere, we'll try to introduce free Wi-Fi zones also, especially for those tourists and visitors and our friends who will lose their connectivity all of a sudden, because these days so many alternate communication media is there with the usage of WhatsApp calling and all those things. At least they won't lose the touch with their family immediately on reaching there. Yeah. We have introduced everything there. Fiber optic, everything is there. In Leh, once you come, that's why I have requested all of you to be there, to see the things and to feel the things. Only then you believe the things. See it to believe it and feel it to believe it. That's why I would say now things are changed. Infrastructure is coming up big way there. Even the airport is coming up, state of the art. Shahji, Palanji, very good groups are making some very good infrastructures there. The only challenge is weather there. You know, limited working season is there because of, you know, the heavy, you know, cold, -20, -30 sometimes. Huh? Yeah, very much. So anyways, thanks everybody. I have a flight coming up. So if you kindly permit, of the thing, I'm always available. My mail ID is there. I'm always there on Twitter handle, everywhere. I'm available on LinkedIn. So you're most welcome to catch up with me anytime in future. And a red carpet welcome awaits everybody, all among us to you. Especially I would say Jagran Group should take a initiative to bring everybody alongside there. Thank you.
Thank you once again, sir. I would request Mr. Bharat Gupta to kindly join us on the stage to felicitate Dr. Amit Sharma. It was a pleasure listening to you. A lot of insights, not only on the subject, but Ladakh in particular, a lot of learnings. Fortunate to have you, Dr. Sharma.
One last initiative I thought I must share with you guys before leaving. As IT Secretary J&K, we happened to use technology to the hilt. We finished that Darbar move practice. 12 months, both secretariats are on. And thanks to COVID, because that time we could force that thing. Now, all secretariat, everywhere, it's buzzing with activity all the 12 months. And the last find of mine before moving on to Ladakh Union Territory was finding out lithium for the country as Mining Secretary J&K. So that was the thing I thought I must share with you, because we were 100% dependent on imports of lithium. Now we have discovered 5.9 million tons of lithium, that too in the foothills of Mata Vaishno Devi. So it's all for you to explore and exploit and take nation to level next. Thank you.
Thank you once again, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the first panel discussion of this evening. As we delve into the realm where AI and automation are not just buzzwords, but powerful catalysts driving unprecedented efficiency and sparking innovative breakthroughs, we stand on the brink of technological renaissance. These transformative services are reshaping industries, enhancing productivity, and redefining the boundaries of what's possible. We are already on a path where intelligent systems streamline operations, predictive analytics guide decision-making, and automation liberates human potential for creative and strategic pursuits. AI and automation are the engines propelling us towards a future brimming with possibilities. Get ready to explore how these dynamic technologies are pushing the envelope, driving change, and setting new benchmarks for success. To discuss the topic, AI and automation, driving efficiency and innovation, we have a panel of esteemed and distinguished guests with us. Let me introduce the panel. Mr. Manish Anand, Vice President and Chief Information Officer, Infogain. Mr. Dilraj Singh Gandhi, Chief Digital Officer, Tractors and Farm Equipment Limited. Mr. Akshay Kumar Sharma, CISO and IT Head, Medley India Inc. Mr. Love Chopra, Chief Delivery Officer, Celio Automation Factory, and Mr. Jatin Bhasin, CEO and founder, Save In. This panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Jaspreet Singh, partner and national leader, Grant Thornton Bharat LLP. I request all the panelists to kindly join us on the stage, and there is a image on the video wall. I request all the distinguished guests to kindly sit according to the pictures displayed behind you. Let us all put our hands together as we welcome these eminent guests on the dais.
Good afternoon. Oh, interesting. Good afternoon. We are the only ones here. Good afternoon. Hi, I thought this is neither the time for early lunch or early dinner. The audience would be a little more receptive. One last try. Good afternoon. Thank you, Jagran Media, for giving us this opportunity to come and talk about AI, automation. You know, these are interesting words. Any meeting today that you go to, you can't escape these words. Any classroom you walk into, you can't escape these words. Unfortunately, I spent about 4 days in a hospital 2 weeks ago. There was AI written everywhere, right? Right from your knee surgery to CT scan, etc., etc. So with this advent, right, with the improved efficiency that everybody is talking about, faster processing of speed that everybody is talking about, nobody's talking about how does it impact the entire ESG, right? From a sustainability perspective, given that the more AI you use, the more electricity, water consumption will go up. So with that, I'd like to open it up to my panel for their introductory remarks, and we'll take it from there. Manish, we can start from you, please.
After hearing Dr. Sharma, it's one question I asked him.
Yeah.
Can I drive down to Leh? So the answer is obviously yes. But if I look at the same question from a sustainability perspective, am I adding any exhaust or fuel or pollution to the environment? The answer is yes. The problem is that technology has its downside, and in case of AI, the compute and the power required to run that compute will always be a problem. So, as this technology progresses, there will be research, there will be investments, and I think one of the questions that came to Dr. Sharma was, is it easier to run a data center in a cold location? Microsoft is running a data center under the sea. And I think going forward, as the technology advances, the research to find out ways and means to make it more sustainable are bound to happen. So it's not a subject I would worry, but yes, it's a concern.
Superb. That's brilliantly put like a consultant, right? It's not a subject of worry, but it's a concern. It's taking the best, it's taking the middle path. I was in a conference and I got educated by somebody saying, everybody uses ChatGPT here. Yes, ChatGPT or any other AI tool. So to run one instance of ChatGPT for 1 year, the amount of water that is consumed is equivalent to the entire consumption for the country of Finland. So we'll come back to this thought with other panelists. Mr. Dilraj, your opening comments, please.
See, first of all, thank you for inviting in such a wonderful summit. Thank you, Jagran. Let's dissect the AI. AI is artificial intelligence. Forget about the artificial piece for a minute. Intelligence. The moment there is an intelligence, the decisions will be better. Yes, in this process of building that intelligence, it is currently consuming that much of water or that much of electricity, which is on the higher side. But as it moves on, more and more intelligence comes into the environment, there will be intelligence also to look into the factor that how do we reduce the consumption of energy to deliver that much of intelligence or extra intelligence, right? Yes, for a time being, it's a transition stage. I will not even say it's a transition stage. We have not even reached to that level of transition. We are just in a beginning stage of building up AI environment or ecosystem in this planet to make it a better place to live. Now, once we move from this stage to the next transition stage, steady stage, it's a long way to go, and obviously I'm sure a lot of intelligence will come in the operating model of AI, building up of AI, the consumption of power, the consumption of various other natural resources to make sure that data servers are working, etc., will come down drastically. So I will put it in a way that it's not a concern as of now.
Superb. Thank you. So operating model of AI is what we'll come back to you when we come back. Akshay, we've spoken about efficiency. Let's move to the other piece, which is innovation. Your initial thoughts on innovation?
Yeah, I think great to be here. Thank you, Jagran, for me inviting on this panel. See, when you talk about innovation with AI, this is something which I feel the whole industry is very, very bullish about it. In fact, to talk about numbers, almost 68% of the CIOs feel that they are quite aggressive as far as AI is concerned. And I believe in next 2 to 3 years, 18% of the apps are going to be AI driven. They are going to be made by AI, not humans. But does that mean it's a problem? No, it is not. In fact, it is not about humans versus machines. It is all about how they can complement each other. It is not going to be a situation where humans are going to be replaced by machines. So I think from an efficiency perspective, there are still things have started rolling out. But at the same point of time, let me caution the whole audience here. I was just reading about a study by Gartner, which says that in next 2 years, almost 38% of AI projects are going to be shelved off after the pilot. So I think this is something which is very important.
So when I started my career, unfortunately, I was a software programmer. And that's where we were also told that 90% of software products fail, right? So I don't think so it's any different with AI. And where you said humans replacing machines or machine replacing humans, wherever you want to take it, I probably want to talk about 2 examples when we come back. Early 2000s, autopilot came, right? Still, every international flight that takes off has mandatorily 3 pilots, right? When Y2K happened, core banking applications were being implemented. People said, we'll not need banks. I don't see any bank getting closed. In fact, more and more branches are opening, right? So I think we'll talk about efficiency, innovation, and what will happen. How will 2030 look like? Probably as the last question from a AI perspective. Love your opening comments, please.
So what I believe now, when we say artificial intelligence, now these days, there's no artificial, like everything is real. If you use ChatGPT, you use for real purpose, real productivity. When you use for sustainability initiative also, a lot of things are happening around. In fact, one of the example I recently, this is a good example, Jaspreet, about connecting sustainability with innovation. As an organization, we have 2 vertical, business and products. So on this, services and product. On the services side, we were helping one giant shipping company in Norway. And this is part of one of their sustainability initiative. When they move their ships from point A to point B, they consume large ships consume a lot of fuels. So with incorporation of large scale data engineering, that crunching of the large scale data, at the real time, through satellite communication, we have built a model which can help and guide the captain shipping on the ship on the real time, that at what time they need to switch off the engine or move their winds so that they can use the wind power, and a lot of other combination happen at the shipping side. So it's an interesting time where we have a lot of tools are available, a lot of technologies are available, computing powers are available. Sustainability definitely is always the question that where we always need to improve. But this is an interesting time, and next 5 years would be very, very interesting for all the sectors, I would say.
Absolutely. And to add to a couple of more examples from a project implementation perspective, I was presenting to a board once, about 3 months ago, on a ERP implementation, right? The chief sustainability officer asked me, what's the implication on sustainability if we implement this project? And nobody had ever asked this question before. And frankly, to calculate if you're implementing an SAP or an Oracle for 5 years, more terminals, more POS machines, it's a retail client, more POS machines coming in, you'll have to look at sustainability one way or the other, given whatever we've promised we'll achieve by early 2070 as a country also, right? But thank you for that. Jitin, your opening comments, please.
Yeah, thanks. Jaspreet, I think what I feel is that emergence of artificial intelligence is a natural course of evolution for mankind. So if you see that when internet came to the fore, there was a lot of talk about how will internet disrupt the way we all operate, and look what internet has done to the world, right? Now, artificial intelligence is, it finds its roots in the availability of digitized information, which can be processed, and intelligent outcomes can be interpreted from that data. So if you see, the natural transition was that you had a digitized world which was connected. You had a lot of information which was available digitally, and if you had computational mechanisms available, which Love spoke about, the automatic transition for this was that can you use that data intelligently to impact outcomes which otherwise wouldn't have existed. So I fundamentally believe that this is a natural course of evolution, just like we human beings have evolved. And I think everything has pros and cons, and we can discuss about that. But I fundamentally feel that time has come to embrace this, but responsibly.
Superb. And I think we can have a whole panel discussion on the responsible use
absolutely.
of AI, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's the recent mega wedding that took place, to deep fakes, to everything. I was in a panel and somebody asked me, how do you recognize a deep fake photo just by looking at it?
Yeah.
I said it wouldn't be called deep fake if you and I could look at it and spot it. It's made by an advanced AI engine.
Yeah.
But thanks for that. So Jatin, let's start from you now, right? Given that you're in healthcare, and I think one of the responsible uses of AI, if something could help us as humans with so many diseases, early warning, how do you think healthcare will get impacted by AI?
Yeah, I believe fundamentally that if we human beings are not healthy, then we probably are wasting our time doing anything and everything that we're doing. So I fundamentally believe that artificial intelligence and machine learning is revolutionizing how healthcare is being delivered and how healthcare is being consumed. So if you see today, right from your diagnostic tests, you have information available which can be synthesized and it can be digitized and it can be compared with outcomes of that disease pattern across the globe. And there could be predictable models which could be built around it to tell you that what will be the disease pattern, what will be the possible outcome of the intervention that the medical practice could make in this condition, and hence what is the probability of your success or failure with that particular intervention. Now, if you think about it, right, I mean, it sounds simplistic, but look at, let's say, in the context of India. India is the diabetes capital of the world, probably, and I think it is unfortunate, but cancer is also emerging extremely aggressively. Yeah. So if you see, artificial intelligence today can help in early detection of symptoms of these diseases. It can help us compare these disease patterns. And also, since most of this is expensive, if you take inclusivity with artificial intelligence and machine learning, you could make embedded finance available to people to be able to avail these expensive treatments. So all of this can possibly be done with the layer of artificial intelligence and machine learning, and it can revolutionize how we Indians or the world consumes healthcare.
So maybe a question for later on. You mentioned affordability.
Yeah.
Right? Given that all of this is going to be very, very expensive.
That's correct.
Not a common man in India, and the average salary, right?
Yeah.
So how can you mentioned about embedded finance.
Yeah.
Would you just want to throw
for example, let's say we at Seven, so Seven is a platform which allows people to split their medical expenses into zero cost monthly installment plans. Just like how you buy an iPhone probably, or you buy a consumer durable product, with us you can buy or you can consume any healthcare service and pay for it in a monthly installment. So what I mean is that today it is very difficult sometimes to adjudicate and underwrite a customer at the point of consumption of healthcare, that whether I can give credit to the person at that point readily available. But I think with the emergence of machine learning models, you could look at the information and you can decide very quickly, and you can make that money available to that person even if insurance is not covering a certain amount of treatment. So I think this access to timely care is extremely important. And I think
that's a make or break.
That's a make or break. And I think usage of machine learning to be able to make intelligent and swift decisions which can impact the outcome of an individual's life is priceless, right? So
absolutely.
So just to add on, since it's a healthcare, 3 or 4 days back, maybe a week back, MIT has done a wonderful modeling to detect breast cancer 5 years ahead.
Yeah.
Right. Now look at it. If you're able to detect, it's a path-breaking innovation in the field of AI to detect any disease much ahead of what even one can imagine, because of the data of human body, which an ordinary intelligent mind as good as Einstein will also not be able to compute that much of data. Now, that's very, very great use case to talk about healthcare, that this is just a beginning. This is just a beginning if somebody is able to detect your possible diseases, thereby telling you, that these are the precautions need to be taken. This is the whole medical procedure changes. Thereby, the cost comes down drastically.
Absolutely.
Vis-a-vis when you come to know about these diseases. If you remember when IBM Watson was introduced in one of the Indian medical institutes, the oncologist had the prediction by themselves accuracy of only 50%. With the IBM Watson AI tool, it went into 84%. So it's a great, usage of AI in the field of healthcare.
No, absolutely.
Make it
accessibility, accessibility, and another important topic which probably we'll discuss later is cyber security when you're dealing with the AI tool. But we'll come to that. So since Dilraj, you volunteered, how ready is India in, for AI deployments? And maybe I'll come to you, Akshay.
So I will look at it this way. First of all, I never consider AI as an artificial intelligence to break the barriers. It's an augmented intelligence. The source could be something else. See, what's it? I have an intelligence within my mind which is being created by neurons and deceptors and receptors, and I have only certain computing power by my neurons, so I'm using some neurons outside my world to compute that data points and to give me more information. Now, when you talk about the readiness, it's not like party going that how much we are ready to go to a party. These will be deployed at the back end for the users to use. Like for example, if this artificial intelligence on detecting the medical problems, right? If they are made available to the doctors and if they are convenient to use, there's nothing to be getting ready about it. Right. The question is, are those tools consumed at the back end? This is where the whole thing is, that the doctors and the hospitals or even in the agri sector, we as a large organization will have to start consuming them. We'll have to invest in some money to absorb that cost and then start disseminating the information to the larger citizens or the public or to the users. We are 100% ready. There is no question.
Okay.
We are 100% ready.
Let's take a view from Akshay also. Akshay, you think we are ready? And then Love and Manish, probably we'll talk about what are the challenges you guys faced or face when you go to a board and ask for investment, because Dilraj said you need money, right? Yeah, Akshay.
Yeah, I think it's not a question about ready or not ready. It's basically a journey rather than a destination. And in journeys, you always have milestones. So when you talk about, for example, look at AI. Most of the projects which are currently run are on generative AI, right? Gen AI.
Gen
right?
AI.
So I think what is happening is the Indian corporates have started realizing the benefits in a small way. But I think the sea change is going to be when this becomes a part of your business, what I call is a part of business ecosystem, right? And for doing that, what is very important is we should know that how much AI ready you are. Do you have an AI roadmap with you? Do you have AI ethics with you? Do you have AI principles ready for you? Do you have AI which is coming from the classroom to the boardroom, right? And I think that's something which I believe is going to be a game changer. But to answer your question in a single way, I think it is not about only ready, but I think things are going to be very dynamic for next 2-3 years. And I believe that the organizations which are not going to transform themselves are going to face a lot of challenges. And this is going to be, again, a disruption, something like what electricity has done to the whole mankind. So I think it's as simple as that.
So two things. I think, I also read somewhere saying after the wheel, this is probably going to be the biggest revolution that mankind has ever seen. But you mentioned a very key word saying AI readiness. I think there's somebody who publishes a AI readiness index by country. Our numbers don't look that great from a AI readiness perspective, but thank you. I'll come to you and maybe I'll ask Manish and then love to comment on maybe the readiness piece of it also.
So I'll have a slightly different, more critical view.
Yeah.
There are certain technologies where readiness differs between general public and enterprise. So WhatsApp we are adopting in our corporate communications now. People adapted much before. In AI also, if you look at the general public, they are adopting AI much faster than we are adopting it. then you have to look at the two phases of AI. What we are adopting in AI only started happening after Gen AI came into picture. Otherwise, machine learning and AI has been into existence for the past 10 years or maybe more. But
30.
all of sudden, maybe 30,
30 years.
all of sudden, the hype behind AI is happening because of Gen AI, and people have started using. I'll give a live example. I'm pursuing my doctorate in data science and organizational behavior, and we use a software called as Turnitin to check the plagiarism. So intentionally, I asked ChatGPT to create me an article, and I wrote some part of it. I took it to Turnitin, and Turnitin very clearly told me that, look, this section of article looks like a Gen AI generated article.
You could have come to me, I could have told you another software reverses also. Sorry. But please go ahead. Please go
So,
ahead.
if you look at the academic sector, students are adopting Gen AI.
Yeah.
If you come to enterprise, the challenge is we have not been able to manage our data till date. Any enterprise in India, and I can say per se globally also, we still do not have control over our unstructured data. Gartner says 80% of our knowledge lies in emails and memos and documents. We only are able to manage structured data through SAP, ERP, CRM, HRIS and all. Unstructured data, I don't know how many CIOs would agree. So unless we are able to manage our data, we can't build, we can't train LLMs. Unless we can't train LLMs, I would say we are far behind.
So maybe I'll let Love go first, then I have a follow-on question. Love, your thoughts on this, please.
Yeah, so somewhat I agree with Manish, because I have also seen this interesting challenge. When we talk about AI and Gen AI, it is very different how we perceive it from the end consumer lenses, just like we use for academic purpose, or the most widely used in the marketing world, these Gen AI tools. But when it comes to the core enterprise side, be you are a KPO, BPO or LPO or any sort of organization where you are maintaining your operations, want to bring in AI, one of the things is that you need to have patience fund available with you, because any of the AI initiatives takes a lot of time. Even a POCs takes a lot of time. And that's where the question comes, where 90% of POCs are failed. And each POC comes with heavy investment. So then the question comes always from the board that what is the return of investment around it?
You are not allowed to ask my questions. That was my question next on how do you measure ROI on AI implementation? Because the board is going to ask, what's the ROI? Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. ROI is one of the major challenge, because every organization has their own constraints when it comes to financials. So if there is patient funds available for the tech organization, tech teams available, it can grow. But from the ROI standpoint, it's very, especially for the technology team or the person who is heading the technology, it's very difficult to convince the board that, okay, you are investing, let's say, $1 million, and I'm sure this will give you a return of $10 million in next 3 years.
Agree. And, I also want to cite that 20-25% CIOs, CDOs that I interact with, they have no idea what they want to do of Gen AI or AI implementation. But because one of their competitors has started doing something on Gen AI, on AI, they also want to start. Peer pressure, without having a business use case in, So, Jatin, coming to you, right? If you want to advise somebody sitting here, saying, how do you start your AI, Gen AI journey within your organization? What would be those 2-3 pieces of advice that you would give?
Yeah, I think, what I can say is that since I'm an entrepreneur, I run a startup, so it's a much probably leaner ecosystem as compared to some of the enterprise colleagues sitting here. So I think when we started building, or what I can advise is that some of these models, some of these assumptions have to be built in at the point of inception, and there is a leap of faith, right? For example, look at Amazon. When Amazon was launched, for the first 15 years, it didn't make $1 of profit. But it didn't mean that Amazon will not become profitable. So I think likewise, when you invest in technology, when you invest in certain, let's say, interventions that you want to make, the outcomes you should know. There should be certain KPIs that you can track very efficiently. But if you start getting extremely involved with the daily ROI, probably these kind of investments don't give you those quick ROIs. But if you were to do this analysis over a period of time, they do make money. For example, you look at any consumer-facing business, and you look at the number of people that you used to interact with when you used to make a phone call back in the day. And today you will talk to a bot for 60 to 70% of your time.
Yeah.
And if and only if the bot fails to answer your question, will you get an opportunity to talk to a warm body? Now, if somebody who had implemented this on day one would have thought that, look, my warm bodies or human beings are selling X, and if I shut this channel today and I move to a bot, I will lose this X, right? That math wouldn't have worked on day one. But if you ask them at the end of 3 years, the amount of money and the efficiency they would have created in this process, that's priceless. And I think some of these technologies do require that patience, not only in capital terms, but also in terms of expectations on day one versus, let's say, how you want to build your organization in the medium term and so on and so forth. So that is what I would say. My advice would be single liner. Be very clear with your outcomes. Do measure your KPIs, but don't be unrealistic on day one, because this is not a magic wand, and it does require, let's say, implementation and execution.
Superb. I recently read an article in the New Yorker where it said all racket sports, tennis, table tennis, badminton, are grappling with the fact, saying, why do we even need umpires? If wherever the shuttle or the ball is landing, if I can put sensors there, sensor can on the screen give an alert. Why do I actually need human intervention in a match? And if you think about it, it can actually be very true that you could be playing anywhere in the world.
I would say it's very similar to the interface between a bot and the seamless handover from a bot to a human. So you do need that, even let's say in an interface when you talk to somebody, because at some point you may want a human to make some, let's say, adjustment or decision.
But instead of having 5 umpires, I can do with probably 1. And that's what happened, right? And that's my next question. Before I come to my next question, so NBA, the National Basketball Association in US, to cover a full season, till 2 years ago, they needed about 30 odd reporters. This year, somebody made an AI bot with 3 reporters, 99% accuracy. Even before the match started, they were able to predict the outcome of the match, right? We spoke about predicting diseases 5 years ahead. Imagine even without one ball being bowled or one shot in the basket, if you are able to predict the outcome and apply it in business terms, it can actually be a game changer. But from that perspective, I'll put on a little bit of devil's advocate hat and ask few people here, what about cyber security, data privacy concerns? Manish, you want to take a stab at it, and then we'll go to Dilraj, Akshay.
Well, you're talking about a function that's roughly a $24 billion market in next 2 years. Such a huge value runs on fear. So of course, Gen AI will generate a lot of fear. There will be companies harvesting it. And I don't see any exception that why we CIOs will be living in a world of fear. That has to happen. The catch here is the biggest concern in Gen AI is privacy. Data security, you can save it. You may not use a public LLM, you'll build your own LLM. Most of these things are simple to do, but the biggest concern is that to generate that intelligence, the data that you will be feeding, what's the privacy control on that? Will an email that I exchange with my wife or a daughter using official ID, will I be concerned about that? Will a photograph that I took with my team out on a trip to Myanmar, not Myanmar, sorry, wrong place, Phuket, will that generate or would become a reason for a deep fake? So privacy is going to be a bigger concern. Security, I believe most of the available methods are quite competent in protecting the data, and CIOs are taking cognizant of the fact that whether it's a publicly shared channel or it's a private channel.
In-house, yeah. Perfect. So you're saying privacy is a concern.
Privacy will be a concern, yes.
Perfect. Your views, Jagran?
I think both security and privacy both are extreme concerns. Security for a reason. Now, for any AI, the regular diet of AI is only data.
It eats data.
It needs data. It only eats data, nothing else. Once you have created that structure, it only eats data, fresh data, a good quality data, and you need somewhere a container to store that data, probably much more in quantity than what you had initially started storing. So even if you have strong firewalls, strong mechanism to control the leakages of the data either on the storage side or on the transmission side, on the transportation side, don't forget that there is someone who is building up a strong AI to hack the data also. They're not silent. They'll be also using a huge amount of augmented intelligence, so-called, to get into your system, to encrypt or decrypt it, and then they start using ransom, stuff around it. So security will be a concern. And then the major concern will be, the other concern is obviously the privacy which he was talking about. Manish, you never know. Your unstructured data, your email data, your phone data, your data.
Don't even talk about phone data. That is the most common.
No, I'm saying anywhere. Photographs data, your photographs are lying everywhere. You don't know how will they turn out to be down the line. Today you may not be that, what I say, famous person, so nobody is taking care of it. The moment you are a famous person, the same photograph may become, take a very different shape altogether, or a voice.
It's already happening, right?
It's already happening. The voice is, so that's a great, great concern. And as we move on in the next generation of AI, the concerns will multiply, maybe compound, I will say. And it's not going to be an easy way to come out of it. It won't be. It will be a difficult task for any head IT or head digital or head business to manage this along with the AI.
Perfect. Akshay?
I think this is becoming more relevant now because of geopolitical scenarios which are happening right now. And when we talk about AI per se, I think you have a good AI, and same point of time you have a bad AI, right? And they are always running behind each other. So what is happening is the bad AI, the entry-level barriers are getting lower down for bad AI people. So I think what is important is obviously security is going to be a major concern. At the same point of time, the biggest issue is when these things happen. We had a major outage a few days back, and we would have seen that there were a lot of social network talking about manual boarding passes, right? So what it happens is it basically straight away hits your capex and basically hits your market value. So what is happening is now the CEOs are asking, how ready are we if this happens to us? So I think what is very important is we have to have a resilience in place. We have to have our basically hygiene in place. Then only these sort of things can be taken care of. Otherwise, let's accept it. In case we are online, we are going to be hacked one day or the other. So it's only a question of it's going to be when. So I think what is important is while we are planning for all these strategies, it is equally important to have our cyber strategy policies in place, resilience in place, data structured has to be properly formulated. Then only things are going to fly.
So two examples probably that I'll talk about, and these are publicly available examples, before I come to Love and Jitin for the closing comments on this. One was, there was a fake photograph doing the rounds in which it showed that Pentagon had been attacked. 2022, May, June types. Within 3 hours, the US stock market fell by 8-9%. That's an economy that's much more mature. People understand this. Imagine something happening around a fake photograph of a Kumbh Mela or anything, and the consequences it will have in a country like ours, right? Where the awareness is significantly lower to that. Second is, one of the lawyers in Toronto High Court was preparing for a case and he asked ChatGPT, can you give me 3 examples where similar case has happened? ChatGPT gave him 5, 6 examples. He quoted those examples, and when the judge looked at those examples did not exist. They were hallucinated, right? Basis whatever ChatGPT had learned. But as you said, ChatGPT its data. Where does that data come from? We generate that data. So I think these are some of the concerns, and that's why I think we need a very, very responsible framework, both personally and professionally, on the use of AI before we start on that journeys. With that, Love, Jitin, over to both of you for closing comments. And then we'll take questions from the audience.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. Because when we talk about artificial intelligence, in its core foundation, we really need to think about all these traditional, fundamental, which we always used to hear about: people, process, technology. Security is one of the interesting vertical we always need to think from the strategical standpoint to cover the holistic picture of responsible AI around it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I've talked a lot of good that could come from AI, but I think the founder of ChatGPT, Sam Altman, famously said that we must guard AI just as we guard nuclear weapons, right? So this is something that he asked the policymakers and lawmakers across the globe that, look, this is what I have founded, this is what I have built, and now there are others who will do this, and this will not stop. But can we put guardrails in place as strong as those which are used to guard nuclear facilities across the globe? Because when we say that this is going to be as disruptive as the wheel was back in the day, it means that the ramifications of wrong use of this technology, as some of the examples that were quoted, will be equally aggressive, if not more. So which means that I think the entire onus of using this technology will again lie with the mankind, and which is why I think policymakers will and should take note of how and when to use it, how much to use it, how much reporting would you need to put in place for each event, and etc. And I think that's important. But by and large, everything has pros and cons, and we should budget for both and try to make the best use of what is an offer.
Superb. Yes, Manish,
Yeah,
please.
I just wanted to add one thing. In spite of all the bad things what Jatin answered, there are still possibilities to beautifully use Gen AI in today's technology environment. Some of the examples I can share which we have worked upon is we can link our incidents that happen on the end user or server side to Gen AI, get some solutions, make the life of engineers easier because they will stop doing iterations. You can take transcripts of your interviews, bounce it to Gen AI, and look for hidden parameters like leadership ability, attitude, collaborative features, something that human beings are unable to detect. And in course of such use cases, if you take your input prompt, which is what you gave to GPT, and take the responses, and once you have evaluated it for accuracy, if you start feeding these to your own LLM model, you will not only build an internal LLM of your own, but you will be also able to showcase the ROI of using AI and Gen AI to the board, expecting some more budgets to come through. So that's a way we have been making approach decently
So that's
successful.
your ROI. Perfect. Let's open for audience questions, please.
Good evening. This is Devendu Mukherjee here. Well, as Jatin, you just now mentioned about we have to be careful about how it is used and all. So there's a very simple solution available to control this methodology because it is based on interpolative mechanism of capturing newer possibilities, right? When we say that as per normal intelligence, this is the data. So there's, in artificial intelligence, it is continuously interpolating and trying to find out what can be another possibility of using the same data with some slight bit of, deviations. So here there comes something called blockchain technology, where for every little change, you have to have a smart contract, which has to be approved by all the stakeholders. And once that is there in picture, it is controlled. So this out of control question comes only when there's blockchain, there's absence of blockchain technology. So we are working on that. A lot of things can be done having blockchain in this thing, because a lot of tokens being generated, a lot of expensive artistry, like sketchers and art developers, they are kind of making their arts, which are very expensive, maybe $1 million artistic piece or whatever. So they are basically made to NFTs, right? So once that is done, then there is a control. Nobody can buy it, nobody can steal it, nobody can make changes to it. So it is non-fungible token. So it cannot be converted to anything else, fungible. Fungibility is 0. So that way, blockchain is an in thing, which I just shared with Dr. Sharma, why the government of India is not using blockchain in these areas where there would be a control and massive control. As of now, there is no way that anybody can break it. So I think that is the solution. That is the way everybody should adapt it. And this is the high time.
Thank you. I saw one hand there.
Hi everyone, thank you for your beautiful insights. I am Vanya. I am CEO at Pitch and Hire. So basically, I come from recruitment and HR background. So I have a question from Mr. Manish. Since you just mentioned that AI is making life of engineers easy, but somehow it is also eating up jobs of a lot of people. Probably we are leading towards kind of an unemployment wherein if you talk about ChatGPT, me, you or probably everyone over here has been using ChatGPT for content writing basically. And there are lots and lots of other things that we are using ChatGPT for and AI for. So what is your take on that, and how is your company going to, you'll be more human focused in future, or you will be more AI focused, like your resources in the company?
Interesting question.
First thing I will assure you is, philosophically and technically also, we are the only country in the world where even if there is a red light, we need a policeman for cars to stop. So technology in our country increases headcount. Second example, which you can verify, you implement a SAP or a ERP in Germany in finance, the headcount will come down by 30%. In India, it increases by 50%. So, second, technically, McKinsey says that by 2030, this AI is going to be almost a $3 trillion market in APAC. Now, in such an economy, you won't lose jobs.
You reskill.
You reskill.
You upskill.
And finally, it's the strategy which you deploy. We use AI to make human beings efficient, not replace them. So that's the strategy which you use. And be assured, you buy a house, you build a family, you hire a maid. You don't cook chapatis, right? So you have to look at the perspective and the strategy behind it. Be assured, if the strategy is to make human beings efficient, we will be generating more and more jobs. The data you need to build intelligence is humongous. Yeah. You need people to feed in that data. Maybe the grade of job would be clerical, data entry, but the volume of people required to capture all that data is going to be huge. So trust me, we'll have more jobs.
Yeah. So being an HR person, I'm sure you very well understand EQ, emotional quotient. So EQ is required when a human being is there, which a machine cannot generate. IQ can be generated. EQ cannot be, because there requires neural thinking. Okay, so human beings are required all the time, as he rightly said.
So, Jasprit, if you allow me, let's not fool ourselves. As AI comes in, as technology comes in, the jobs will reduce. Having said this, this is the entire responsibility of the mankind to reskill and upskill. See, I'm from the tractor industry. I have a very good joke in the corridors. when the tractor got introduced on the field, first time, the one buffalo asked the other, hey, my job is lost. The other buffalo said, are we made to do these things? That's what the human being has to think, that the job which we are doing today, are we really made to do these things or something better than this? If you are made to do something better than this, then it's reskill. This is a great opportunity to get rid of mundane jobs, to get rid of redundant jobs, to get rid of jobs which do not require your neuron. God created neurons to be used. Get upskilled, get reskilled. This is a great time to do that. This is a great opportunity. You will never be irrelevant. You will lose the job when you are irrelevant. Irrelevance comes when you don't reskill, you don't upskill. And that goes with any technology, whether it's a hardware technology, software technology, AI, metaverse, whatever you say in future will come, you know, the things will continue to be the same.
I think before my last sentence, first, let's give a huge round of applause to all my fellow panelists.
Thank you.
On a lighter note, will we ever see a panel with 6 bots sitting and no humans? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. This was indeed a very informative and engaging session. I would request Mr. Anuj Bhasin, CRO of Jagran New Media, to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate all the panelists. Everyone on the panel has definitely shared their expertise and insights on the subject and help us get a clearer vision on how AI and automation are catalyzing efficiency and innovation. Let us all put our hands together. I hope you got a lot of learnings and takeaways from this discussion. We highly appreciate you, gentlemen. And on this note, we have an interesting fireside chat coming up for you on innovating for the future, how Kenstar is revolutionizing consumer durables. Innovating for the future, how Kenstar is revolutionizing consumer durables. A short intro of our guest, Mr. Sunil Jain. With over 30 years of extensive experience in executive leadership, he currently serves as the CEO of Kenstar. Under his visionary guidance, the company has undergone a remarkable transformation, achieving significant growth and success. As we welcome Mr. Sunil Jain on the stage, I would also like to invite our moderator, Mr. Konak Tyagi, video head, non-news and head podcast, Jagran New Media. Let us all put our hands together for Mr. Sunil Jain and Mr. Konak Tyagi. Let us not be misers in appreciating and showing our gesture of appreciation for the efforts which we have put in to make this summit possible. Once again, let us, with a huge round of applause, show that we all are interested in... Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The stage is all yours, Konak.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Priti, for that warm introduction. Welcome, Mr. Sunil. How are you doing today?
Yeah, it is exciting for me to come here and be on the dais. Thank you.
And we've been talking a lot about AI, LLMs on the stage, but this fireside chat is to take things back a little. We talk about the real core of Digital Bharat, so say. And consumer durables is an industry where you guys are present from the last so many years, and that's something that I cover as well editorially for Jagran. It's a very keen interest topic for me as well individually. Just to kick things off, you operate in the real heartland of the country, the real heartland of Digital Bharat. That's where major of your sales come from. Post-pandemic era, we've seen a lot of changes, especially in the digital landscape. So what are your key learnings and takeaway from that?
So I think post-pandemic, especially, this digitization has brought biggest change in the consumer behavior. And when we talk about consumer behavior, it is related to buying behavior as well as post-sale behavior. So, in buying behavior we talk about, then this online and offline. Earlier, these two markets were completely different markets. But now with this omni-channel presence, these entire market has become one market. And any consumer who is going online to buy online, he sees reviews, he sees everything. And then finally he decides sometime to buy from offline store to take the look and feel of the product. At the same time, any consumer who is buying on offline store, immediately once he sees the product, he goes to online, he goes through mobile apps, and he sees that I can buy product from online. So now the market is one. And for every company of consumer durables, it has become essential to integrate both online and offline sales. As now, as per the study, 80% of the consumers do online research before buying any consumer durable product. So it has become very, very important. And at Kenstar, we also have taken a lot of steps in terms of moving towards digitization. So I think you talked about post-pandemic. So this is the biggest change. And second biggest change in the post-purchase behavior of the customer. Earlier, I know that 90% of our calls on customer care used to come through manual, through customer care. But now this has gone down to as low as 50%, and balance 50% calls are coming either through web or through QR code scanning or through multiple like WhatsApp chat or something other. So there are multiple changes has happened after this digitization program.
Right. Interesting insights there. So, you mentioned about the post-pandemic growth, and if I'm not wrong, India is the 5th largest market for consumer durables, right? Yeah. And it's an increasing number. There's about a 15-20% growth year on year in the industry. You're there at the forefront leading things for Kenstar. Where do you think the transition is till 2020? What new changes are going to be there?
So I think number one, this consumer durable market, which is growing currently at the speed of 11 to 12% of CAGR, we estimate that this growth will further accelerate, and this will go to 14 to 15% CAGR level. And the two primary factors are there behind this. Number one is the increasing disposable income of people. At the same time, urbanization is playing very important role. At the same time, the penetration level of the consumer durable today in India is still very low. For example, the category where we are present, primarily we are leaders in the air cooler business. The air cooler and air condition put together, the penetration level in India is still 24% only. So there is huge opportunity we have for consumer durable business. So we see that significant growth opportunities are available for every consumer durable company in the India, and so is to Kenstar.
Interesting. Okay, let's take things to the product level now. A lot of these competition players of yours, they talk a lot about IoT, connected devices, machine learning, AI, so to speak. What are your thoughts on the same? Because you've had a very different approach to things, and that has worked really well for you as well. So what are your thoughts on that?
So I think the rise of IoT-led development has required that to develop complete ecosystem for any home appliance company, so that all the appliances integrate with each other. And for an example, any smart home today will require appliances, even the energy solutions or the security system. Every should be integrated so that consumer get lot of convenience, at the same time lot of power. So I think this is very, very important for the IoT-based product. At the same time, Kenstar is working a lot on IoT-based product. And in last couple of years, we have launched our appliances, including water heaters, air coolers, IoT-based, and which has given huge growth to the company. At the same time, the brand image is perceived very, very high.
Right. And, we started off by talking about a digital user's persona. Now, we deal with a lot of users every day online when we are doing our content around consumer durables, and it's an ever-evolving space. There is a new product launch happening every day, Kenstar, being a legacy consumer durable brand, how do you manage to that adapting online user who's just getting influenced by one thing or the other?
So, as you know that online product sale is increasing day by day. Right. And 4 years back, at Kenstar, our revenue from online sales was coming hardly 5%. Today, it has gone to 30%. And that has been possible because of so much of online space increasing. And at Kenstar, we take all the opportunities, all the steps to ensure that at every place, wherever online products are getting sold, Kenstar is present. For example, last year, summer season, I will give an example, that even the Blinkit and Japto, right, which are which supply the product in 10 minutes delivery time, even our products, bulky products like cooler, they used to supply in 10 minutes time. So we tie up with them. At the same time, the players like Flipkart or Amazon, our sales is increasing day by day. And also the D2C, which is very, very important, our website sale. And last year only we launched this D2C website through Shopify. And it is giving a fabulous result as far as overall online sales is concerned. So we at Kenstar aim and our objective is that our overall sales will grow, but definitely online sales contribution, we estimate that in next couple of years or maybe next 3 years time, it will go from 30% to minimum 40 to 45% level in next couple of years.
Okay. A very great insight about hyper delivery apps using products, heavy bulky products like yours, and delivering it in 10 minutes. You've always operated in a very price sensitive market, right? And with the digitalization of things, the price sensitivity gets even all the more important because there are so many sales happening which are visible to everybody, right? Anybody on an e-commerce platform goes through at least 5 sales through the year. It's very difficult for legacy players to have those profit margins and to scale up at the same time and implement new technologies. So how do you manage to do that at Kenstar?
So I think this is very important for any company, specifically in consumer durables, to be competitive. Cost efficiency should be the most important aspect on your agenda. And we at Kenstar start our R&D department, brings lot of products going into consumer insight, and they design the product in terms of bringing the cost efficiency. At the same time, the feature-based promotion. Because nowadays, same product you are selling at 5,000 rupees. With better promoting the feature, same product you can sell at 5,500 also. Because competition is very, very stiff. So we at Kenstar, on working on the cost efficiency of the basic product in terms of raw material. Second, efficiency in terms of the other expenditure like logistics efficiency. I will give just example of logistics that we studied that one cooler requires 11 time loading and unloading from factory to customer's place. And last year we took up this project and we decided that at least 4 steps minimum we will reduce it. So earlier it was going from factory to hub to our branch warehouse to distributor, dealer, like this. So we reduced 3 steps. We could be able to succeed 3 steps. And this is how we control logistics department. So this is just an example. So right from product, feature, and then digital marketing. Lot of digital marketing we are doing to promote our products to reach the consumer at the minimum marketing expenditure. So I think all these steps are very, very important at Kenstar. We take all these steps continuous basis. This is a continuous exercise by which we manage our products to sell at value for money. Kenstar is known for value for money product in the market. And if we compare with even the top competition, then our products even in the range of 8 to 10% cheaper than that. However, When it is coming to premium side, our premiums are much, much more premium. So we always position our brand as mass premium brand, selling the premium product to masses at the value for money price.
All right, this has been a very interesting chat, Mr. Sunil. Before I let you go, my team just told me that you've signed up a new brand ambassador for your range of products. Right? Do you want to make that announcement to the public?
I think we already have Rajkumar Rao as our brand ambassador for air cooler category. And to penetrate more into South India market, although we are leaders in that market, recently we have signed up Ramya. Ramya, you all must be knowing that she is the popular face Bahubali movie. And then recently we also signed one more brand ambassador as Sanya Malhotra. She will do all our brand promotions during festive period. So I think these are the announcements which I can make today, yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sunil. This has been very interesting. And I think we should move on to the next category.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such an engaging session. And I would request Mr. Konak Tyagi to kindly felicitate our guest. Thank you once again for sharing those lovely insights. Konak, I would request you to stay back. And I would invite Mr. Bharat Gupta to kindly join us on the stage. This is for the special award to boost market share and become a preferred choice in the Hindi-speaking market. Kenstar Coolers employed a compelling digital strategy endorsed by Rajkumar Rao. This aimed to establish Kenstar Coolers as synonymous with affordable luxury in coolers. I would like to invite the entire Kenstar team on the stage to receive the award for the best use of celebrity in digital. Let us all put our hands together for this innovative strategy. Konak, please join the team. Thank you so much. And we wish you a lot of success in all your future endeavors also, Team Kenstar. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we will disperse for a networking tea break. I request you all to kindly assemble back in the hall in the next 30 minutes, as this will help us start the next leg of this summit also in time. We invite you all to connect, network, share ideas, and explore possible collaborations. We have a power-packed agenda post the tea break that will help you enhance your learnings from here. We will see you back refreshed for more enriching sessions ahead. Thank you. To the second edition of Jagran New Media's Digital Bharat AI Ignite Leadership Summit 2024 Technology for Growth. I am Smriti Rastogi, political editor, Jagran TV, and I will be hosting you all for this mega summit. In this transformative Mr. Gupta, your opening remarks have indeed set the tone for this summit, highlighting the several key aspects of our theme. We really look forward Ladies and gentlemen, your kind attention, please. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all made the most out of this break and got the chance to connect and network with each other. Getting on from here, we have an interesting fireside chat on digitization leading to financial inclusiveness. In an era where technology is breaking down barriers and redefining accessibility, digitization stands at the forefront of the revolution in financial services. From mobile banking to digital wallets, technology is bridging gaps, driving economic empowerment and ensuring that financial services are no longer a privilege but a right. Let's embark on this exciting chat which promises to take us towards a more inclusive and equitable financial landscape. I welcome on the stage Mr. Abhinna Khare, CDO and CMO, Chief Digital and Marketing Officer and Head of Strategy, Bajaj Capital Limited. And this session will be moderated by Ms. Geetu Moza, Consulting Editor, Jagran Business. The stage is all yours, Ms. Moza.
Thank you, Smriti. Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Khare, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you.
So our topic is very interesting, and I know you have been in this line from many years. Financial inclusiveness and what is driving it is digitization. I'm sure everybody sitting here must be, having doing their digital transactions, having access to your bank accounts on their phone. But in reality, if we talk about financial inclusion for a country like India, which is vast and diverse, are we on the right path? And has digitization really helped in financial inclusiveness in all these years?
So, thank you so much, first, for inviting me here, and thank you to the audience. It's a very, that we are into a world of having a very right choice of words. 1470 million population and a 500 million Jan Dhan account, right? As per the RBI data, 85% of Indians now above 18 have a bank account. So if you call that, have we got people into banking infrastructure? Maybe yes. But the question and beautiful word is maybe, because only 45% of these are active. And the division between rural and the urban is the classic 70-30. And another division between men and women is a staggering 85-15. So what this says, is
people have got into the system of understanding the value of money, but inclusiveness definition is to be defined by each one of us, right? And most importantly, what we are missing is the UPI wave that has happened. So if you say, are we on the right path? I believe yes. Are we really at a point where we say we have included people into financial ecosystem of India? We are still very far.
So how far are we? Actually, having a digital payment app in your mobile or access to a bank on your mobile does not mean that you have access to finances, right? And India being such a diverse country where urban population, as you said, the urban-rural divide is too much. I mean, if we want financial inclusion go the right way and happen on a nationwide basis, it's a long way to go.
Absolutely. We cannot say that we are there yet, anywhere there yet. But what we can definitely say is, with the kind of reach that digital has enabled, take an example of Jagran. The way Jagran has reached digitally, right? I was discussing with team here, and the numbers are staggering. Just see the YouTube channel, right? The reach, and with 2025 goal of 80% of the Indians having a fast internet connection, right, to stream, we will see these changes, right, with a 28.5-year average age Indians, right? We are going to see a huge change, and I see it as a tremendous opportunity for each one here, whether they are working or they are building their own business. But this is the best time to be alive in India and be into finance as a category, I believe.
Right, that's true. Talking about the financial infrastructure, digital financial infrastructure, I mean, startups have played a very crucial role. Fintechs are doing a brilliant job. But yes, policy measures, the policy initiatives for the government have been appropriate. Sometimes policy changes happen so fast, these fintechs face a problem. And we lately have seen one of the major ones facing such issues. So how do you think this infrastructure can be made a foolproof infrastructure so that we have access to financial services on a click of a button and access to the services?
So, it is the two sides of a coin that we say, right? Anything that becomes click of a button also is very open to a lot of challenges that happens, with the scams being at all-time high and money being a very fundamental thread of life. What we are really not seeing from the global level is, I believe the RBI and the Government of India initiatives are staggering way ahead of any other country's initiative on the finance bit, right? We have built UPI. UPI is going to different countries. It's crazy when people say they don't have UPI, right? The sad part of it is, I will give you an example from a person from Rishikesh, and he said, I opened a dosa center and I am not making profit, and the top line is 3 lakh rupees. And I said, how is it possible that you are at 3 lakh rupees, but you are not making a single profit and I am not able to sustain? He said, because I have to take every payment digitally. So I have to pay taxes digitally. And nobody is ready to give me money on cash, because cash he could take away from his books. So the reality is, the moment it comes, because people say, cash nahi hai. Let's be honest about what is happening at that pan thela or that parchun ki dukan. The guy is saying, here is the QR code. No, he is saying, the customer is saying, QR code dena. Right? So the moment you start asking QR code dena, you come into this ecosystem, but it's very hard to make money when you are in that ecosystem. So that is a transition phase, and it will happen across. So when infrastructure comes, it's like the same problem that we have to avoid, like the China's ghost towns. So to pump up the market, and you are well versed, ma'am, right? To pump up the market, they created, ghost towns. Now there are nobody to move there, right? Same is going to happen. So we have to build infrastructure which people would want to use, like an example of UPI. People really want to use UPI. The limits have just got to 5 lakh rupees from 1 lakh, right? Which is a very interesting take, but then the other part is there's those transactions, when they start happening onto the investment domain, how the KYC will be managed. If you see, KYC is a mess right now, the infrastructure. So there are some very intelligent and interesting people who are building for India, right? And I see that this infrastructure challenge will remain for some time, but we are on the path.
You just spoke about, paying taxes on the digital payments that you make. That one thing is really working for us with the, unorganized sector coming on, becoming an organized and functioning in an organized manner. But yes, coming under the GST ambit is something that government would like to do because they want the revenues to come and they want to, work on the infrastructure of the company. That's true. But if we talk about the digital payments, on a click of a button, you have some major challenges over there. Your data privacy is a major challenge. One-on-one interaction when you go to the bank and say that, okay, I want to do this, you have that some kind of a support system there. You feel, yeah, this guy is okay, based on his recommendation, I should do this. But digital mein aisa kuch nahi hai. There's no face off. There's something that you have to click and you have to buy on this. How do you see this? And data privacy is something which is a big question mark.
So, obviously, for a brand, I will take a parallel example from a different category, phones. Imagine Apple, the world's best brand in town, and probably after Nvidia took over, they were the best. Talk about their whole brand positioning from being simple devices to data privacy and protection. It is so important. Right? And with the technology like blockchain and all coming in, these will get solved. But we are far away until the data protection bill comes into place. Right? We need that. And we need that until the time we have a very well-crafted data protection bill, we will get a hit. I can say from behalf of Bajaj Capital, we will get a hit. Right? But it is necessary part of building for India or building for Bharat. Because, you see, if you want to tell the for 500 million bank account holders of Jan Dhan, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana that, start doing some transaction through your platform, you need to protect their privacy and ensure that their money will not get lost and have a robust system. And if we actually see, RBI has some phenomenal sandbox options right now available, right, for doing these things, and KYC norms are done. But there is one fundamental problem which nobody talks, and I can say that here. We need to figure out a way to keep the teams who are building in these companies or these places intact. Because, say, one company, and one of the very famous, I can't name it, but one of the very famous KYC, authorization company, the whole leadership is now moving to another company. So all those things will derail the process. So how can we protect, and government has to come into that ambit of keeping those teams together who are building, because then it's again reset, right? The traditional method of CEO coming in for 3 years and showing results is a little long now when these things will start coming in. Right?
But how do you expect government to intervene in corporate actions?
Very interesting. So what are we building? So government and probably what banks have realized now to partner with fintechs, right? You see, many of you would have a one metal card, right? And I'm taking an example of a brand, right? Because it's so simple to just get that credit card. And all offs on Swiggy and Zomato are there. I will give you an example. We do SIP in India, right, as Bajaj Capital Systematic Investment Plan. You know who is my competitor? Swiggy and Zomato. Because my guy is not doing 500 rupees SIP, but he's ready to give 500 rupees to Zomato today for the order. I tell him month में एक बार 500 रुपए की सिप कर दे, नहीं करेगा. But वो weekend में 1000 rupees की बिरयानी फेस्ट में spend कर देगा. So my competition in category in finance has to go beyond this ambit of my competition is this. Actually, the competition is spending. And India's GDP, if you compare with China, China has had 4 decades of 9% growth rate. We are at 6% and very happy in this decade that we are 6%. We are far from China.
Now 7.2.
Right, not 7.2. Your latest tweet also. Right. So if we are there, right, we need decades of investment, and our investment is our growth story is because of consumption. We have to understand our growth story is different. We cannot copy a model. So that's why India's data protection will become key. But what will also become very key is partnership. Right? Maybe it's time that government and corporate. So it is said that government has no business in building business. Right? But maybe government will have business to protect the interest of business for the growth of the country. And we will have to see those norms, right, coming in.
So you want to say that traditional bankers need to join hand with fintech companies to make process easy?
They are doing it. 85% of traditional banks now are with fintechs. In fact, there is a whole philosophy that is going on that let's invest in fintech, let them build because our system don't work the way we want them to work because there are a lot of layers. We are Cat 1 merchant and there are a lot of rules by RBI. Fintechs have an easy sandbox. Let them build up to a level and then buy it, right? One of the key things, you know, we all may be an HDFC Bank user. And how many of you love the UI UX of HDFC Bank? Nobody, right? So if they just tomorrow go and buy cred, imagine just buy cred, yaar, khatam. From tomorrow you have the brilliant UI UX and HDFC Bank is giving me $1 trillion, probably everybody's portfolio, if not direct stocks, but mutual fund will have heavy weightage on HDFC. There is no way we can live without it.
True, very true. मुझे याद है वो समय जब बजाज कैपिटल में जाके आपकी कंपनी में जाके एक फॉर्म भरना पड़ता था for a SIP or a mutual fund buy or an insurance product buy. But things have changed now. It's all digital. On digital platform, you can buy anything from stock to insurance to anything, an FD in a bank you can do digitally. So how have things changed? And do you think awareness is something which is needs to be pushed? Because बहुत लोगों को सब कुछ पता नहीं है डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म के बारे में. उनको ये नहीं पता कि अगर आपको शेयर खरीदना है तो कैसे खरीदना है या आपको म्यूचुअल फंड की सिप करनी है तो कैसे करनी है. So making people aware is very critical. Do you think so?
So absolutely, you know, right at where the money is. Financial awareness is something that every bank, finance companies have to do it. We have seen that evolution happening and, you know, under the vision of Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj, right, we are building financial prosperity for India, right? A tool where people will understand why they need to have financial prosperity. And it's not just for, you know, people who are not into financial ecosystem. In fact, for people here, I will give you a very simple example for you to think. Please go and check in your health insurance policy, do you have air ambulance added? You will be surprised by just paying 200 rupees. You can add air ambulance. So if you go for trek, if you go for any trip and you are anywhere caught, right, God forbid, you will get air ambulance service without paying a single penny, which is 7 lakh rupees. And it comes at only 200 rupees. And the smartest of the people do not know this. So, and I'm just talking one aspect of insurance, right? There are processes like SIP, right, which has been there. Now we are talking about SWP. So, for people awareness, everybody is at different level. For example, I give you, if you are reaching your 40s, and I am taking that everybody will be around 30s to 40s here, which I can look. At 40s, a very good rule of thumb which Miss Monica Hallan has given, right, in her latest this, she has said that 3x of your annual salary should be in your account if you are on the right track to retire. right? Now these rule of thumbs are not known to people. And they don't talk about it because they look bad. Because they look bad. Because it is very embarrassing that they don't have a plan. And second thing is, the best strategy that we as Indians have done, and it's the problem with our stories. See, we are underdogs. We are taught stories of underdog, ma'am, right? Who are our heroes? Our heroes are Krishna beating Kans, Ram killing Ravan. Value of Ram is because there is Ravan. Otherwise, there is no value of Ram. He was just another king who was killing demons. But it was Ravan who made him this. So all our stories are the David versus Goliath. So we want to win underdog, and we believe in this hope that one day it will be done, and not having a strategic plan. So I even invite every one of you. I'm more than happy to put people to make a proper plan for each one. And it will start like we did a campaign for helping the help. Right? A 500 rupees SIP, if you can get your help to start, right? Saying that 500 rupees we will pay you every month on your bank account. Right? And say if government releases on this drastic measure that we will give you a tax benefit. If you help somebody who's first time Jan Dhan account opening in your vicinity, that tax will be free. You know, you're talking about 500 rupees into 6,000, right, in a year. It's very small amount, but see the kind of inclusion that we will do. So we are expecting government, we are saying we will pay tax. Anyway, our tax collection may be high, but it is nowhere near to what we need to have to build, right? So we are into that ecosystem, and, you know, the challenge remains, right?
Challenge remains,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Talking about AI,
yes.
The future is AI. So how do you see AI being incorporated in bringing financial inclusion in India, a country like India?
So I will make a statement which might not be very, very gulpable, but I don't think future is AI. That future has already happened. Right? AI is already part of our life. If I may really request, if you do not have a ChatGPT or a Gemini installed on your phone, you are away. Right? You should not be crafting. In fact, Meta has already added it on your WhatsApp account on top. Nobody is using it. That's a different problem of UI UX, right, of Meta. The future is, and if I may say this, you will have the next revolution of phone are not going to happen because phones have reached their peak. It's like, you know, commodity now. We will have glasses, and we are talking about money operating system as life. So if ma'am sees a new Gucci bag, you will automatically get a message that you are able to afford this in 3 installments by changing this SIP of yours to this SIP and can give 12% return in 3 months.
Will that happen?
Yeah, that is the future that we should really say is the future. So we will be governed by a money operating system, and we will know, and it will be health operating system and a money operating system. Right? So our longevity will increase. We are anyway from a 69.2 average age. You know, from 62, we are already at 69.2. And probably we will never die. Right? This generation may never die. We will continue to live for endless time. Very interesting for you if you see, if you read the book of Morgan Housel of Same as Ever. Right? You will see what things have not remained same, what things have remained same. It is actually everybody trying to live longest and fittest and look better, right? So these fundamental things will not change. Anything where AI helps you achieve this, right, will happen. You know, ma'am, see, did anybody taught Indians or Bharat to use YouTube?
No.
Did somebody had to do a financial or a technology awareness program? What are we talking? We have to make it so easy. Right? If I see a necklace, I should be able to know that I can't afford this for my wife. Because if I buy this, I will miss the Harvard plan for my daughter, who is a 5-year-old right now. In 15 years, when she goes for an Harvard, the fees will be 18 crores. So do I need to do this or this? So all we will have, AI, an individual, will be to make choices in life, and we will be known by the choices we make. And our life will be like this. And that's what is
But
going to
what
happen.
happens to privacy then?
Absolutely. We will let the system in cohort to tell us what it behaves. Like me and probably 10 of us are in the same cohort, right? We are into similar scheme. Like if you can say, and I was saying yesterday for my product team, that why nobody is building a credit card suggester on 3 parameters. All of you, if you ask, you will feel that your points are less in credit card. So if you ask yourself, give me the best credit card basis my salary, and give me a best credit card basis my city. Because if you live in Gurgaon or Delhi, you will use Swiggy, Zomato these many times, book my show these many times. You will take one trip, and in fact, I will tell you a use case of AI we did. We realized that in June, July, there is a pattern that a cohort of set of people always redeem their mutual fund, and we wanted to stop them to redeem mutual fund. And we said, why is this happening? So we did all the data analytics, and we realized he was actually, or these set, were actually buying tickets for December holidays, international holiday. So they were giving this money to the travel agent and redeeming the mutual fund. So we said, sir, to all those 10,000 odd people as an experiment, we send them a message. We have loan against securities, right? Do not redeem, because loan against security is 10.5%, but your market, but your stocks, your portfolio is anyway giving you a 15% return. So you will anyway get 5% extra if you take a loan against securities. So they, around 20% of them did not redeem. They took a loan against securities. Now this was the benefit of using AI, deploying it to understand what's happening, right, across the ecosystem. And this is what is going to bring financial inclusiveness for every stage. So SEC A category financial inclusiveness is different. You will know they would want a PMS. Now Government of India is getting a PMS of 10 lakhs to 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs. It's a very different game that we will get to play now. So very, very interesting that AI will do it. And I was just having a conversation with one of the anchors, incidentally talking about Doordarshan anchors, Krish and Bhumi. Doordarshan has launched a new AI anchors, whose name are Krish and Bhumi, and they are speaking in 50 different languages. And Agricultural Department of Government of India have launched them. And they are giving you all the information. Remember that Aloo ki kheti kaise ho in DD1, which we used to get in our older times? Krishi Darshan, right? That is actually with Krish and Bhumi happening right now. So AI will, it's such an interesting time. We should be jumping in joy, but the privacy remains.
Yes.
So you will have your own personal AI bot.
Okay.
Who will guide you whether you should eat this or not, spend this or not, and say this or not.
But again, that is for, your A class and B class people. What about the grassroots level in India?
I again say, ma'am, that we think that, phones, the way phone have reached to people, it is aspiration, right? People want to, we are status-seeking monkeys as a human race, and we will remain that. We will seek status as a category, and we will bring them. What will be required is for a SEC or a Bharat or D, including them into the ecosystem with the right intent, where scam cannot happen, right? Is the critical part. Stock tips, a Telegram channel. Telegram has become a stock tip tool. There is nothing like this, and it's a typical AB scam. 50 people you send that this is stock will go, 50 people you say this, do 3 chain and then sell them a 99 rupees course. And anyway, you will be profitable. So this is how people will use technology, and the role will be for each one of us. Why are we saying government? It's government's role. It is actually each one of us' role if we are not starting it with our people around us, right? If each one of you can start a SIP for somebody in your surrounding, and now minor SIP, minor NPS has actually started, yes, which is very interesting. National pension system, you can add minors. How to tell this, right? Via, if Dhoni comes and says mutual fund sahi and you invest, and Sachin Tendulkar, maybe that's the way we understand things.
Okay, that I understand. Tell me 3 major challenges that we need to keep in mind when we talk about digitization and financial inclusion.
First challenge that we have always talked is data and knowing what should be necessary to be taken. That is going to be a challenge in our ecosystem with a lot of corporate banks being still there and their APIs are not stable. I have a continuous problem when my business heads keep saying कि 2 बजे के बाद NAV लगा नहीं उसका mutual fund में, very back end kind of structure, you will understand. But the APIs doesn't work, right? You don't get it, right? So that remains a very structure. Second thing that is going to be there is structured caring of an individual's life. People investing in a high risk return stock market, but not buying an insurance. Now, how do we change it? Insurance is most important, right? A health insurance, say for example, or a life insurance, even if you leave life insurance, a health insurance for their families. But people are trying to do a stock more importantly rather than having this. So telling them that awareness, that solve the basic layer of life, do the foundation. So because of the speed, we have not solved the ABC, but we are asking them to write sentence. And that's the problem that I see. And third I see, which we probably cannot solve, I don't know how to solve, is intent of business. Profitability over prosperity, right? So are we businessmen or are we industrialists? A very famous quote from Mr. Ratan Tata that I build because I am an industrialist, right? So more and more people with the intent of prospering the nation rather than, making profit right now, right, is going to be a challenge for us.
You are the digital head of Bajaj Capital. So what are your strategies that you're working with lately?
So what we have very clearly focused is financial prosperity as our core goal. We believe being a 60-year into India and gone through 3 wars, 6 decades, and building probably the highest amount of crore-patis in India by compound interest, I can say, right? So anybody can tell you that this stock will make 2x, but that's not what we do. We tell that don't start to time the market, spend time in the market. Let your money spend time in the market. So the number one strategy is to tell people 12% के ऊपर कोई रिकॉर्ड बोल रहा है कि मिलेगा तो उसको फाइन लगना चाहिए, right? 8%, 10% return is very good, but get that into the ecosystem of time, right? Give time to money and solve for the infrastructure of your life of base, right? That's necessary, and that's the challenge, that we have to do it digitally rather than one-on-one, right? That's the challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Khare, for such an insightful talk. Anybody has questions? I can take one. No questions. So everybody's aware of how to, it is, yeah.
Hi, I'm Devendra Mukherjee. So I missed the initial part of your discussion. I was outside. I'm sorry. So here's a question. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I may have taken or perceived your business, your kind of business, in a different direction. Although you just said that you are not the guys who are suggesting people to spend in shares and all that. So is there anything predictive that you are doing using AI? In terms of people's investments or loan or whatever you do? I'm not very sure about what exactly is your core business. So correct me if I'm going in a wrong direction.
So we are not doing right now, I can be very upfront and open about that. We are not putting predictive analytics because the current situation is predictive analytics have to be put on individual. And I'm not very okay with, reading a person's versions of goals and then doing it. We try to do it in cohort, and we have just got a new tool called Wealth Max, just about to launch, where what we will be able to do is look at your portfolio through your cash statement, right? the cash statement from NSDL or CDSL, and be able to tell you that in case you want a little aggressive portfolio, then these are the percentage division in the mutual funds that you should change, right? If you are looking for this return, what has happened in the industry is people have spent on thematic and got better results, and that's what is the current trend. Nobody knows if that will continue. We don't give advice per se, but we put in facts of what number stands where, but we are not putting individual predictive analytics.
So here, if I have understood it correctly, what you are trying to say is that you do a trend analysis of the past, right? What has been the trend in the past and what is the pattern of growth or fall, whatever. So based on that, you give a future prediction or future.
No, that's what I'm saying. We don't want to do that future production for an individual.
Okay.
We do it as per market. For example, if we know that US is going to cut rates, right? Then in that scenario, there are hundreds of people who are telling you from AMCs. So there are 44 AMCs in India, and they tell which, and they are allowed by government, RBI, to actually give investment direction, right, of what their fund will perform, right? So we collate all those and show the risk-reward ratios, right? The alpha that a beta can somebody generate, and let the user decide if they think that this is the right strategy.
So in a word, if I understand it this way, that you are not using artificial intelligence here?
We are not letting you decide only basis artificial intelligence.
That's what.
Yeah,
That's what
not basis only artificial intelligence. Use your human intelligence. Don't let only AI tell you what to do.
So this seminar is not pertaining to your subject, I mean the one you explained just now. It is not artificial intelligence, your business.
It is, but we are not letting, again I am saying you, I am not letting you take decision basis AI alone. Okay. I am saying use your intelligence. You understand, because sir, for everybody, for ma'am, the aggressive portfolio is fine, right? But probably for at your age, you might not want an aggressive portfolio, or somebody who is retired at an 81-year-old, we were just having a conversation, may just say, I want my money to be there. I am 81, I want FD. And they are right. We are no one to tell them that, don't believe in this. We can tell that, he will say, what will I do with extra money? So that's the discussion.
So we are basically using human intelligence, not artificial intelligence with interpolations.
That is your inference, and it may be right.
This is what it is, right? So
we are not using AI. Sir, again saying, मैं AI use करके आपको नहीं बोल रहा ऐसे करिए.
Exactly.
मैं AI और human intelligence को involve करके बता रहा हूँ कि this is how the theme is. I am bringing you the dish. If you want to eat sweet, please eat. If you want to eat pizza, please eat.
I have further questions, but I will not ask because looks like
we will have an offline discussion.
She's in a hurry to close it down.
Thank you.
So fine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khare.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for this amazing discussion. I request you, Ms. Moza, to kindly felicitate Mr. Khare. Thank you so much, Mr. Khare, for sharing your expertise with the industry insights that has helped us get a 360-degree view on the topic. Thank you. Thank you, Geetu ma'am. And with this, it's time for the last session, which is the panel discussion of this evening on risks and rewards, understanding the true impact of new age technology. New age technologies promise to revolutionize industries, transform our daily lives, and drive unprecedented growth. But with these groundbreaking advancements comes complex questions and potential risks. Is the rapid pace of technological change a beacon of progress or a double-edged sword? Are we prepared to navigate the challenges and harness the rewards of these innovations? In this dynamic discussion, our expert panel will delve into the transformative power of emerging technologies, assessing their impact on business, society, and the future. We'll explore the delicate balance between embracing innovation and managing its inherent risks. uncovering insights that will shape how we approach the digital frontier. So get ready for a thought-provoking exchange of ideas where we will dissect the opportunities and challenges posed by new technologies and envision a path forward that maximizes rewards while mitigating the risks. Let's dive into this very compelling topic. I invite our eminent guests on the stage. Mr. Ravi Bilochi, Head of Product and Technology, VLCC India Limited. We also have on our panel Mr. Daljit Behel, Chief Experience Officer and Head of Product, MGMT and Business Expansion, Go Mechanic. But due to some reasons, he is unable to join us for this discussion. Mr. Mark Nelson, Head of Technology, Shiv Nadar School, Dr. Ravindra Goyal, Director, eRecruit, and Ms. Neha Rastogi, co-founder, Augusta. And to moderate this panel discussion, I would request Mr. Konak Tyagi, Video Head, Non-News and Head Podcast, Jagran New Media, to kindly join us on the stage.
Thank you, Smriti.
Thank
Thank you
you.
once again. All right, so I think Mr. Diljit couldn't join us due to unforeseen circumstances, so I think we'll all shift in one seat closer. And very good evening to all of you guys. Thank you for taking out time. I know it's a weekday and especially it's a Friday evening. And for everybody out there, we'll try to keep this one a little more short, sweet, and very conversational, right? So that there's more engagement from the audience as well. And, the main topic of this chat is risk or reward, understanding the impact of new age technology. All of you guys are from a very different portfolio. We have a woman who's leading a healthcare firm over here. Then we have somebody who's running a school business, and from HR analytics, HR businesses to you, sir. So there's a huge different mix of businesses who are using technology in this modern day and age. I'll start to open this conversation with Mr. Ravi. So Ravi, you come from a very traditional brand, if I were to say, right? Yeah. Because VLCC has been a household name in India since many, many years, right? And it's somewhere very similar to us as Jagran, because Jagran ka akhbar har kisi ke ghar mein bade saalon se ja raha hai. But we are Jagran New Media. We've adapted to the digital trends and technology, and we're doing a very good job at it. And I mean, I would like to hear from you in terms of, how have you implemented this modern day tech age, AI, LLM models into your existing ecosystem?
Yeah. So as rightly said, VLC has been there 30 years in the market, and we have seen all the phases of the market from different times, and now it's a very unique and a exciting time, as Khare was saying. We should jump on the opportunities and jump on things, excitement that so many things are going these days. So as far as new technology is concerned, we also come across a lot of problems, since we are such a huge business, and we are in three fields. We are in VLC education. VLC is also in education in terms of VLC institutes. We are there for VLC products as our FMCG company and VLC services. So across, we have all the three, different ways of doing business, and with those, different verticals, we came across a lot of problems on a day-to-day basis, and those 5,000 employees of ours, and their productivity is our one of our, key metrics that we want to improve, and customer experience, of course. So, when we come across these new technologies, there are a lot of technologies where we talk about a concern on somebody's face in terms of acne, some sort of spots, darks, or those sort of things can be done by AI, and we are trying on those things. When it comes to customer call, how do our customers is satisfied on the call? How did our agent did a call, and what was it about? Was it a good experience? Was it a bad experience? What was the feedback on that experience? How was the overall consultation happened at a clinic level? So we came across a lot of problems on those, and we are experimenting on a lot of Gen AI kind of experiments on those things.
Right. I mean, see, moving beyond chatbots, we're now talking about generative AI. Chatbots, I feel, is like a 10-year-old conversation in a way, right? Because that was to automate the call centers.
Yeah.
Now, generative AI can predict so many things. And when it comes to, say, your user's persona,
Yeah.
in terms of a traditional VLCC persona, a user who's now transformed into the other education and the other bits that you mentioned. How do you interrelate, get that data sets going for you? And how do you draw ethical framework around it in terms of, what data can you use across your different companies?
So I will answer the second part later, the ethical part of it. The first about it, what all we do, what all we can do and what all we do. So for example, I'll give you a very straight example that we have something called skin analyzer. When a customer comes to us, we ask them to scan their face. And when they scan their face, it tells you the concern over the face. And then based on the concern, they get to realize, okay, if a machine is telling me something, it's more like unbiased. So for example, if my beauty advisor says, okay, you have this concern, you might treat it like, okay, it's a sales pitch, or it might not be that serious, but this guy is telling me for a sales experience or a sales one. But when a system says it comes as unbiased. Plus, when a system says it says with a kind of a metrics, or you are out of 1 to 10, you are there, you are 7, you are 8, you are 10, or you are 9 out of 10. So those sort of things really help. The ethical part of it, I think with AI, this ethical part is always a question, and then privacy is also always a question.
Right.
So we are being very careful about it. We are not involving any personal data over those things. Everything has a two part. One is, what is the problem? Second part is, who has this problem? So when you divide that two things differently, what is the problem and who has the problem, and you treat it differently, then you're a more secure approach. So right now we're just trying to see, okay, where all we can, predict the problem, solve the problem, and not get into the way who has the problem.
Right. I'll come back to you on that. I have multiple follow-up questions on that. But moving to Mark. Mark, you lead technology for a prominent school brand, right? And when we talk about, the Gen Zs and the alpha generation, the one that probably is in your school right now, and I'm pretty sure we have a lot of parents over here in the crowd as well. And there is, while the benefits of AI are immense, right? In terms of how easy it is for anybody to understand and access all the information out there on the world. But at the same time, there is somewhere sort of, when you talk about learning in particular, education in particular, sort of a thing, that, okay, how do we protect our children? How do we protect the students from this? How do they not write their answers from ChatGPT, if I were to ask it very simply? So what are your thoughts on that?
Right. So, I mean, there are a bunch of things that have been out there in the industry at this point in time when you look at it from a security standpoint. I mean, while Gen AI and how plagiarism gets impacted in one aspect of it, I would also cover something as basic as when you look at security. And when you want to enable students to have devices in the school and access internet, something as basic as can they access a certain site, can they not access a certain site, has to be dynamic in nature. I think those are the areas where AI becomes really helpful to be able to come up with this thing. But when it comes down specifically to plagiarism, I don't think there are any tools out there that can actually come back and tell you that, hey, we are 100% sure that whether this text was generated using a Gen AI tool or not. But they give you probabilistic models. So they will tell you, come back and say, hey, it's about 30% or 40% AI generated, rest is up to you to be able to figure it out.
Right.
But some of the Gen Zs can really bypass those things as well, and they keep coming back with newer versions of it, so it's difficult to put a number to it.
Interesting. So, I mean, see, this is one side of it, but the other side of it, how it can act as an assistant in terms of like a home tutor, a tutor that's always available to you on a smartphone. We recently saw Apple launching something as Math Notes on their latest iOS, right? I was in California for their conference where they announced this. Very interesting thing, very big feat in terms of what AI can achieve in the education system. A very complex trigonometry question, which would require a teacher with 20 years of experience in that particular domain, can now be done by an AI model, right on your phone. So that is also like a very progressive, a very positive side to it. But how do you train your students, you train your educators, your teachers to, use that into a positive way? And like maybe devise a test around AI in schools, if I were to say. Yeah.
Right. So, just to give you an equivalent parlance or an example from an historic time, you could have been a student in the school who just has access to, let's say, an outstanding tutor, And when the child goes back home and uses the help from a tutor and comes back and does something, the school or the teacher has absolutely no idea about what needs to happen. So I think as a school ecosystem, what is absolutely important is the ability to be able to build a culture that allows the students to say, hey, we're doing this for your benefit, and getting them on your side of the story, which is where the human involvement sort of comes in the first place to be able to make it work, and then building it out from there. Historically, we've been using tools like MathSpace or MathType, which have been out there, the students have access to it, but it's also about, like our CEO typically keeps coming back to us and say, can you ask your students a question that Google cannot answer? So it's also about now focusing on not just the answers, which is a very small piece to the puzzle, but focusing on the questions and saying, can you draft questions that something like a GenAI may not have a response to? And it's about perspectives.
And yeah, I mean, I also feel that prompt training, and in terms of, what prompts you need to give to AI in terms of asking the right questions, right, is the biggest challenge. And that's another training exercise that, of course, can happen. Okay, moving on to Mr. Ravinder now. Mr. Ravinder, you lead a recruiting firm, right? And there's a lot of role of big data sets that you constantly work with, right? How does artificial intelligence come into the picture for you when you're doing your pre-hiring screenings that you're famous for?
You see, AI is something like, one is that AI is based on what is already there, and the data has been captured and the answers have been built up. Second is predictive AI, which Abhishek just now in the previous session said that we don't work on that. So AI is more or less is helping you to automate things and to find out from the data which a human might take long, and AI can generate those responses faster. Like in our job platform, when we have started way back in July 2020, it was a normal job portal where people were job posting and candidates were applying. Then we added pre-hiring assessments, so to filter out the candidates. And now we have come out with using AI and different features. We are saying that you post your job in 2 minutes, get 100 leads in 30 minutes, and your hiring can be closed in 1 day. So AI is basically expediting the entire process. What human does in 15, 20 days, AI can do it in maybe a day time or maybe a 30 minutes time. But still, now when we talk about AI-assessed resumes or AI build-up resumes, now one side, recruiters are looking for AI resumes, candidates are building resumes through AI only.
Right.
So the matching is not happening. Right. Now in our case, what we are doing that we have built up an algorithm to which like the skill and the experience and the locations are matched with respect to the JD, and candidates are being prompted. So it is up to the, again, human intelligence comes that where the recruiter is going to speak to the candidate individually, but the leads are generated within 30 minutes. So AI has expedited the entire process from months to 30 minutes.
Interesting. Like, I mean, there's a hybrid approach to things, right? There is a strong offline verification of whatever AI is suggesting you. And we've seen other recruitment platforms offer AI-built resumes already on their websites. So, what is the threat to it from your industry's perspective in terms of, if sometimes if you were to shortlist, say, about 10,000 resumes, hypothetically speaking, for a particular role, and the model has been trained in a way that, or the algo has been trained in a way that, it is only looking for certain aspects, which might get missed out if it were a human manually doing that, right? Because HR, human resources, is still a very soul-driven process. Sometimes you meet a person, you might not like their resume, but when you meet them in person, it's a different story altogether, right? So how does that threat impact you when you use your AI tools?
That's what I said, that our entire focus is that the life of the recruiter should become more easy. Right. So AI, the way you said, like 10,000 resumes searching, AI can do much better, and the human which they can skip off, it can pick up. So that's what I'm saying, that AI is used to process to automate the process which a human is doing repetitively. So we are using AI only on those processes, but technically, like today, there is a resume which has been built up by AI. So AI is going to pick up that resume. Like I've spent my 27 years in skilling, and most of the recruiters who are associated and placing students from my campuses, they used to say that the biodata is different and the person when we meet in person is different. So the same is happening in online resumes, and most of the stories if you read, it is talking about fake resumes. The skills, like somebody who has done BTech. Now BTech, there are, let's say, around 8 lakh seats are there. Now all 8 lakh students, out of which let's say 3 lakh are for computer science. Now all 3 lakh students, computer science, are qualified equally. Can they be same? But if they build up their resume using AI, their resume will be same. So for a Java post, AI is going to pick up all 3 lakh. Because the AI has built up resumes and AI is searching those resumes.
Exactly.
So human intervention in recruitment cannot go away completely. One, there are, like we are working on the new tools where AI will do the interview with the candidates for pre-screening. Right now we are up to the assessment, but the next focus we are doing, that first phase of interview can be done by AI. Now the part is the questions which AI is going to speak and the responses which is been done by the candidate. It will take a couple of months, not months, maybe years, where AI can predict that yes, the interview answers are good and they can match to the company's objectives. Now every company has different objectives. They have different requirements.
Right.
So coming to that era, till the time human intervention is must, but yes, AI is expediting our processes much faster than we could do otherwise.
Interesting. I mean, that's a very interesting insight over there. I mean, the hybrid approach, of course, the human touch cannot really go away. AI is only there to make things more efficient, if I were to put it briefly, right? Interesting. Okay, moving on to Neha. Neha, you're in the health tech space, right, with your organization, and that for me is a very interesting segment in particular. I was going through your website and I saw a couple of products that you guys have in the market already. My first point of contention, if I were to say, was that, okay, you have a device which does ECG. My smartwatch does that too. But then I read a bit more and I dwelled down deep into it. They aren't medically certified, but what you do are non-invasive devices, right? Which help you give a better result. And your data is what is going into some LLMs as well. So you're feeding the algo. Tell me more about that.
Yeah. So continuing with what Sir said, when we talk about AI or technology in healthcare, it's not artificial intelligence, it's always augmented intelligence. You cannot take away the human touch, and you cannot, there's a lot of buzz that, if in future there would be machines who would, take away the job of doctors and would do a doctorless diagnosis. No, that is not going to happen anytime soon. But having said that, in countries like India, the doctor-patient ratio is so skewed, and doctors are so pressed, and especially people are, they take action only when something bad happens. So we need to move towards a preventive care model rather than the reactive care. So talking about what we do, we develop devices which are medically validated, just because those smartwatches and those bands, they give you data. They'll tell you this is your heart rate, this is your blood pressure, but are doctors able to take some action on that data? They will just rubbish it away, right?
Right.
And for that, if we really want to make technology work for health, we need to first have machines or devices which are medically validated and as accurate and precise as a doctor's machine. So that's the number one challenge, and that's the number one thing that Agatsa is doing, that we are making devices which anybody can use it at their home, and they can take their medical data as complex as ECG, because nobody has done it in the world till now. So when Apple says ECG in their watches, it's a rubbish data. Please don't take it to your doctor. Doctor will not take any action on that data. But our devices are being used by the doctors themselves in their clinics. When we started commercially selling our devices, they were, 70% of doctors use those devices precisely because, number one, ECG is something that only doctors needed to take. because people don't know why I need to take my ECG.
Right.
And number two, they were so medically accurate, and they, developed a report which is like a hospital grade machine, and doctor is able to diagnose. That is, the number one differentiator which Agatsa devices are. So that's why it's a long cycle. Healthcare, technology in healthcare and AI in healthcare is a very, very long cycle, because there are a lot of iterations and there are a lot of testing and validations which goes into it, which actually makes it more meaningful for the end user and for the doctor.
Interesting. Okay. So you also mentioned in one of your earlier interviews, which I was going through, that your data is being fed into the LLM models, right?
Correct.
How do you A, do that? Can you give us some examples? And B, what is the ethical framework around it? If, for example, somebody is using your services, do you make them sign a consent form that, okay, we're going to use this data to train AI models on it?
Yeah. So as I said, AI in health is never artificial intelligence. We are working on models where, in future, as I said, that the whole goal is to make, have that movement of people from reactive to proactive healthcare. Now to do that, you are feeding your data, you're monitoring your heart, you're monitoring your blood pressure, you're monitoring, and the devices are so easy to use that they're not, making it sound like, a hell lot of tasks. They are so easy to use. So now that data which is coming, we just feed into our algorithms as a 35-year-old male data. So there's no name to it. There's no there's no face to it, and the ethical part just goes away, because obviously we are not exposing the whole, that this person is having this disease. And those data is because there are no machines till now which are able to take accurate health data. And unless and until we involve and we employ technology to solve critical health problems, there's no meaning of technology. Right. The person before me, he said that the whole goal of a human is to live longest and to be the fittest. So health is the top priority, right? And if tomorrow you are using the device, and if tomorrow you get an alert that, since your lifestyle is this, your habits are this, your diet is this, and your health data is showing this, your heart data is showing this, there is a probability of you getting a heart disease is this much. You will definitely stop smoking, you'll definitely stop going to the pubs, and you'll definitely start, getting a good diet and exercise. So that is the whole, that is the whole premise on which Agatsa is working.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. So Ravi, back to you. We've always talked about innovation moving forward, bringing in new things to the system, but somebody leading technology, again, for a legacy brand like VLCC, has it ever happened that things have gone wrong? Like you've implemented a new tool which clearly didn't work out? Can you give us some examples of that?
So as a very standard practice of technology, we don't do anything
A/B testing, all of that.
Yeah, we do always do A/B testing. It's all about how more profound A/B testing you do. Right. Of course, there are things that goes wrong in business when it comes to ground reality, because when you're talking about the entire landscape of India, there are different cities, different location, different weather. Everything is different at different times, and then seasons changes. So things of course goes otherwise. And you have steps for it, but most of them are already being hinted, or you already get hints about those in those A/B testing. So those things are always there, but I did not came across like something blunder happened because until unless you don't do A/B testing, those are right chances.
Interesting. Okay, Mark, if you were to give like a two-liner to all the parents out there on how to tackle technology, how to tackle these AI models, and how they can make their children smarter, and how can do like a home exercise around it, something on those lines.
Oh, I think one interesting insight that I can share so far is that not just for our school but for a lot of schools in the city and the country which are prominent, a lot of parents keep coming back and saying, hey, we do not want technology at all for our kids, forget about AI, forget about anything else, right? So I think one way in which we've been tackling this is we not just ask our students to use technology tools which are available or AI tools which are available, but we've been running an AI curriculum that actually helps students understand the underlying technology principles that contribute towards building up of new AI models. So even when they go back and they're using something, they're not just exploring what is already available for consumption, but they are focused on creation, because ultimately you want them to be social entrepreneurs that contribute to the GDP of the country as opposed to merely being using stuff which is already out there. But yeah, I mean, the usual parental concerns which we do not have answers to but keep coming back is how do you put time limit to the overall technology usage back at home and things like that. But what we've done is there is enough sophisticated technologies out there like MDMs and other things which do put in some level of filter. So if you were a parent and you were to allow your child to use a device, which you would anyways do because they'll have phones, they'll have gaming consoles and a lot of other things, we do help them create a sandbox which is driven by AI, which allows them to utilize or explore the world of technology, but in a controlled way, something that the parents can also do.
Interesting. Okay. Mr. Ravinder, you know, if you were to brief the audience over here, because they're all corporate employees, right? In terms of how they can harness the power of AI in just shaping their CVs in a better way, or the next time they're applying for a new job, or just logging into your portal, how can they get those basic checkboxes in place?
Well, we have Ravi from VLCC. It is the person, the lady, not the makeup.
Pardon?
I'm saying it is the lady, not the makeup. Yeah. Makeup is going to last for maybe an hour or two. Ultimately, the AI, let's say I'll give you an example that way back when I had my first phone installed at home, I was, I think, 12, 13 years old. So making a STD call used to take 4, 5 or 10 hours. Now today if you ask somebody that you spend 10 hours to make a STD call, nobody is going to do that. Now it is only we have to accept what has changed. And the newer things has to become a part of our academia as well as our mental aptitude. Today what is happening is that one side we are saying the children should not go for AI, other side the parents are doing everything using AI. So the part is that amalgamation of what was there in my generation and what is there in my children's generation has to be adapted. Now when because I come from the academia, now today if you ask somebody to do math, total if you allow, I mean since some of the entrance tests, calculator is allowed. Now whereas in my childhood, calculator was a new thing. It was not there. So we have to accept whatever has come. Like today if somebody build up a resume using AI, your resume will be picked up definitely. But if you have the skills at the time of interview, then only you will be taken up. Otherwise not. Right. So it is only what she was talking about, I'll just say the AI use. We are working, my nephew is as a cardio director in Chicago. We are working on how to find genetically a person will have a heart attack or not. We had a quite 5-6 months long discussion and we were trying to build up something on that. But in India, the data privacy is such a taboo. I mean, they talk everything around it. But if you talk about US, everything attached to their health ID. Right. I mean, the entire data is there. And the Apple ID, what she was talking about, like the doctor gets an alert the moment the ECG is faulty. Whether it is right or wrong or how correct it is, that's a separate issue. But doctor is alerted immediately because they are connected. In India, we are just talking about everything in bits and pieces. Everything is isolated. Nothing is connected. So until unless we have everything connected and we accept the change has happened, today if I have to make a call in the US, I can just do right away. Until unless person is not sleeping, I can talk to him. So
you can also talk to them if they're sleeping using their AI avatar, right? They can form a persona of that person and actually talk back to you. That's happening.
So, that's happening. I mean, today people are using, and why not? Now if you ask Anand Ambani to find out ways and means to raise 2 crore rupees loan, what he will do?
Exactly.
He doesn't know how to raise 2 crore. Yeah. He says, "Kam se kam 2000 crore ki figure to do mere ko." So that's what is happening with our next generation. We are making them tame to what we were doing, and we want them to do in our own way. So I think we must liberate them, and we must find out on the other side of it, or this side of table, that how can we identify and how can we make ourselves adequate so that the learning happens faster. Now today Akbar ka beta kaun tha? I don't need to learn. It is there in just one tap.
Like BTech books are still 50 years old.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and all of that information now you can have in wearables as well. Like the prompts that you really, really need. I have those smart Ray-Ban glasses, and most of the times there's a feature in that which is called look and see. So I can like look at a very complex situation, and if I have to go from point A to point B, there's just a random map. It'll tell me the shortest way to go. So it's evolving, as Sir said, and if you don't pay heed to it, you'll be left behind. And like calls, if you were to call somebody in the US, as you were mentioning, 90%, I believe in my profession, being a journalist, 90% of my calls are from PR people, right? They're selling some story, selling some product, something or the other. They can all be automated by, just my voice saying, okay, hi, I'm Konak this side. Can you just drop me your brief on a WhatsApp message or something like that? So it's just helping us solve, being more efficient in general. And, moving on to you, Neha, for the last question. And then we'll leave it open to the public because it's a Friday night and it's almost 7:30. So I won't keep you guys for much longer. Neha, as you mentioned in terms of the data accuracy that your products offer versus say an Apple Watch, or say Samsung has launched a ring now, which is a wearable, and you can like sleep with it and it can help you track your sleep better. There are smart mattresses out there in the market where you just sleep on them and they'll tell you how well did you sleep, if you needed to sleep on the other side, how were you breathing. There's so much of data sets happening. Your key differentiator remains to be the medical clarity on your things, right? Going forward, do you think your products can differentiate on more grounds and more levels rather than just the medical bit of it?
Yeah, so as I said, our products are not fashion fads. So they are not rings, they are not... see, I never wear a smartwatch because if my watch is dead, I won't be able to see the time also. Leave apart the, data and health data and all. So it has to be so precise and it has to be so useful. And it needs to do the job which it needs to do. And our differentiator, as I said, firstly, it's like accurate data is the must because, health, you cannot play around with data. कि कुछ भी आपने feed कर दिया and, you are panicked कि अरे ये क्या हो रहा है, मेरे को heart attack पड़ रहा है. So it has to be accurate and it has to be believed by the doctor. Because at the end of the day, you are taking the data to the doctor only and doctor is going to treat you. As I said, it is still a very, very far away day where, you will not need doctors and you will get the treatment also by technology. But getting the data is just the first step. And as I said, there are no devices in the world which can calculate this accurate data and the accurate insights about your body. And we started with ECG, the heart data, but now we are moving on to blood pressure data, the SpO2 data, and other things, and even prickless blood sugar data. Now, those data, when they are, used to model the algorithm model, big data models, that has the, power to predict something. So, first step is, I took my ECG and my mobile app flashed that, it seems that you have this disease. Rush to a doctor, because most of the lives, they are lost not because a person did not feel any symptom. 99% of heart attacks, they give you some symptoms much before then they happen. Like, आज major heart attack पड़ा है, मेरे को एक हफ्ता पहले से पता चलना शुरू हो जाएगा. But people keep ignoring. People think that it is something else. So we need to have products which make that differentiator that no, boss, this is heart attack, you have to rush. Number one. Number two, of course, if I see the disease, then also not all heart diseases are heart attacks. Not all heart diseases lead to heart attacks. Some will actually lead to treatment and management and improvement. So that is one step. And the next step is, as I said, as I always keep on mentioning the pandemic has taught us all that you have to be preventive about your health. You cannot wait for the, disease to happen. And if, the AI in our app or the data that you are monitoring over the time can tell you that, this is the probability, this is the prediction that, you will have, be it genetics, as sir mentioned, be it your habits, be it your lifestyle or stress, and the heart, what actually is going on inside your body. All these things together combined will actually give you an insight that this is the probability of you having this disease, and after this much time also, you have these many years. So if you start managing, if you start taking care of it now, you start sleeping early, you start taking a good diet, you will, you can save yourself.
Interesting. So you're using technology for predictive healthcare basis as well,
Yes.
if I were to
Yes.
briefly sum it. Okay, so I think I'll open it to the public now. Any questions in the public? Yeah. Can we get a mic there?
Hi. So I had so many questions. Now I'm not in a position to remember all of them. But lastly, as Dr. Neha
Not a doctor.
Neha Rastogi, you shared about it. You spoke about a 35-year-old male's data just 5-10 minutes ago, right? So when you say a 35-year-old male, an adult male, for example, how can a 35-year-old male, let's say, for example, he is working in a swanky air-conditioned office in Gurgaon as a computer science guy, sitting on a desk in an air-conditioned room, using his brain, sitting idle. His heart palpitation rate is low, metabolism is low, adrenaline level is low, compared to a similar 35-year-old man who's working in the field in scorching sun, physically doing labor. His adrenaline level is high, his body temperature is automatically high, his heart is pumping at a 150, 160, 170 BPM. Okay, how can their body temperature, their metabolism, their other data be same? So there is a mismatch. So the data which is being picked up for a 35-year-old male, this is a generalized thing, isn't it? Correct me.
No.
And who is WHO? Who is WHO? To decide 98.4 degree Fahrenheit is the temperature, a threshold temperature, that beyond that you are declared to be having fever. He is also having fever. He is a worker in the field. He is also having fever. That fellow is sitting in an air-conditioned room, also is having fever at that temperature. Who are they to decide this? Because all the categories of people and all are different.
Yes.
So in such a situation, my question is not complete yet. In such a situation, if your device is picking up data for a 35-year-old male, parameters are different, boss. Correct me if I'm wrong. So from a medical perspective, and one more thing which, as you said, that as a patient goes to a doctor and the doctor sees the parameters and decides. Okay. I'm not saying, I'm not a medical practitioner. I have seen many such cases where when you talk to the patient politely, nicely, give him confidence, temperature comes down, metabolism slows down, adrenaline level slows down, serotonin, melatonin, dopamine and oxytocin level goes high, neurotransmitter starts throwing messages to the brain कि मैं ठीक हो रहा हूँ. अभी तक कोई दवाई नहीं दिया है. I'm sorry. No medicine has been applied yet.
Your last question first. If I'm having a heart attack, no doctor can talk me sweet and save my life.
Okay. If I give you an example.
So when I say that a doctor can see, so the thing is, in India, the doctor-patient ratio is so skewed, and especially in the remote parts of the country, even if you talk about tier 2, tier 3 cities, the hospitals are so less that if a person reaches the hospital, firstly, though, he has to decide that, okay, I am having something nasty and I have to rush to the hospital. Second,
he has to reach to the hospital, get his ECG done, wait for the paper ECG and show it to the doctor for the doctor to diagnose. So if all that time is saved and I reach the hospital with my accurate, ECG report, and even if I can remotely connect to my doctor that, see, I can send the report from my home that this is my ECG report, the doctor will get all the preparations done. And definitely time in heart attack, golden hour is a term which is like 2 to 5 hours. In India, it is 10 hours. Okay. Right? So we never said that, doctor will go away. But if you're reducing that time, you are definitely saving more lives. Okay. Number one. Number two, your question, 35-year-old male. That was just an example. The 35-year-old male will not have his heart data same as, like, there are two people. He will have different genetics. He will have different, lifestyle. He will have different kind of work stress or whatever. The other person will have different kind of. Now, if you know, athletes have a healthier heart. Not just because they run or something. Their heart rate variability is very low. What is heart rate variability? Not many people know this. We are tracking with all these bands and watches. We are only tracking heart rate, which is junk data, which gives us no insight. Heart rate gives us no insight. Heart rate variability is a parameter which actually gives us insight. And what is heart rate variability? That if my heart rate goes up, let's say I am working in scorching heat, running and lifting stuff and doing all those, pulling a rickshaw or something, when I sit down, my heart rate comes down. This is my heart rate variability. How soon it comes down, this is the heart rate variability. Now, if a person is sitting in AC, running a computer, and all those favorable conditions, but his heart rate goes up, like his boss scolds him for something, or he's under a lot of pressure to complete something, but his heart rate doesn't come down. His heart rate remains high. That is where he is at a bigger health risk than a person who is working in a scorching heat or pulling rickshaw or something. So different things will definitely give different insights about a person's health, and that is why we need to have correct insight from the body. Okay. Not just the heart rate, not just the blood pressure, but right insights from the body to show that, yeah, there is a problem here.
Okay, can I say something now? So you want to check somebody's heart rate going up and suddenly coming down. So you use the word that his boss said something and that put him under tension, some kind of. So in our Vedic science, in Ayurveda, it is called Chinta Chitta Samane. Very common word, And that, when Chinta increases, your body feels an emergency kind of situation. When somebody rings your doorbell, you open the door and you say, no, nobody's there, and somebody suddenly jumps from somewhere and you start feeling, my palpitation has gone up. Because the heart rate has gone up, suddenly the body is feeling there is some danger. I may have to fight or flight. So adrenaline comes into picture. Just on the top of your kidneys, there are 3 triangle-shaped adrenal cortex, which releases adrenaline hormone, prepares the body and the heart for pumping more blood to different muscles to make understand a situation of fight or maybe fly away from there. So if the adrenaline level, instead of looking at the heart rate and all, if the adrenaline level can be reduced, solution is there. I have done that practically, not being a medical practitioner. Just a minute, let me finish.
So sorry, I'll have to cut you a little bit there because 7:30 we had a hard stop. But we can always take this conversation offline, off the record. I think we all are here for dinner after this. So we can always, continue the conversation, sir. Please feel free. And thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today. I think this has been a very interesting, very diverse set of people, very diverse set of industries sitting here. So thank you so much for your time. And Smriti, I'll leave it to you now. Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was definitely an insightful discussion. Again, a lot of learnings from here. I would request Mr. Suyash Laktakia, Vice President and Head Branded Content and Production, Jagran New Media, to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate all our guests. And as we come to the last panel discussion, the end of last panel discussion, I request you all to kindly put your hands together for all the guests, their expertise, their learnings, which they shared with us today. Thank you once again, everyone. I request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture. Thank you once again, everyone. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to the conclusion of Digital Bharat AI Ignite Leadership Summit 2024 Technology for Growth. It was indeed our pleasure to host you all for the occasion. We are indebted to all of you for making it a success. I, on behalf of Jagran.com and Jagran New Media, extend our heartfelt gratitude to the eminent guests, speakers and participants for their august presence. I would also like to thank our esteemed sponsors for this event. Our partners Ambuja Cement, Virat Compressive Strength, ACC, Bharat Ki Pehli Cement Company and Xiaomi. Our hospitality partner Pride Plaza Hotel, and this event was supported by Rocket Ship Films. Everyone in the audience, thank you so much for attending this event. We are indeed grateful to each and every one of you, and we really appreciate you all helping us to make this event a memorable one. Thank you once again, everyone, and kindly join us for the dinner. Goodbye.